Story 1. After winning 100 million in the lottery, I quit my job and went back home. As soon as I reached the door, I heard my brother's wife, Zoe, cook saying, "Mom, I want to buy a mansion. Tell Kathy Jones to pay the down payment." My mom replied, "She just finished paying off the mortgage on this house last week. She probably doesn't have any money." Zoe scoffed, "Did you forget Jim likes her? Make Kathy marry him and then ask for $1 million to cover the down payment." My dad added, "That's a good idea. Then the mansion will be my grandson's wedding house." Zoe commented, "By the way, Mom, Dad, when Kathy gets back, tell her to move out. My brother will be moving into her room." It was the first time I overheard this kind of conversation. I never expected them to be so ungrateful. I lifted my head, holding back tears. I felt so bitter. The draft in the hallway made me shiver. I stood outside the door for a long time before taking a deep breath and opening it. "I've told you many times to be more careful when coming in. My son is sleeping. Don't forget again. Okay?" Zoe looked at me with disdain and then turned to my parents, winking at them. My dad coldly asked, "Why did you come home so early today? Didn't you say you'd be working overtime?" "I was fired," I said flatly, and everyone was stunned. My brother, David Jones, was the first to react. "What? Why did they fire you? Was it because you upset Jim Wood by rejecting him?" Jim Wood was my direct supervisor. He was petty, strict, and lecherous. During the years I worked for him, the pressure was so intense that I often suffered from insomnia and hair loss. Whenever I couldn't help but complain to my family, they always scolded me, saying I was overreacting. Eventually, I stopped telling them anything. I didn't want to talk to them anymore, so I turned and headed to my room, but my mom stopped me. As soon as she heard I was unemployed, her expression changed instantly, and she said directly, "Pack your things and move out tomorrow. Zoe's brother will be living here. Why should I give up my room for him? I bought this house. I'm not leaving." My father got furious. "What do you mean by that? You have to move out." Zoe seized the moment and added, "Exactly. Just because you paid for the house, you think you own it? You're going to get married sooner or later and leave the house. I'm warning you, don't even think about it." David grabbed my suitcase from the room and shoved it toward me. "It's already decided. We're just informing you. Stop talking nonsense and get out." My parents had always looked down on me since I was born, while David used to be kind to me, but ever since he got married, he completely changed and did everything Zoe told him to do. Zoe had always been cold toward me and took her frustrations out on me when in a bad mood. My parents and David always turned a blind eye, and no one ever stood up for me. I thought we were family and that if I was good enough to them, they would eventually change. I worked hard to earn money and buy this big house, but in the end, I became the most dispensable person. "This house is mine. I'm not moving out." After saying that, I dragged my suitcase back into my room. I unpacked the clothes and hung them back in the closet one by one. Zoe sneered, "Mom, Dad, see? Your daughter has grown so bold that she doesn't care about anyone." My father, enraged, tried to slap me, but I grabbed his arm and he couldn't move. "Dad, don't get mad. Just tell me what I said wrong." Zoe yelled, "You're completely wrong. This is the Jones house. You should obey your parents." My mom tried to calm my dad and softly complained, "Kathy, I don't want to blame you, but we're only asking you to move out for a few days. Why are you making such a big fuss?" "A few days, Mom? Don't think I don't know. Zoe just got her brother a new job, so he plans to stay for a long time. This is my house. Why should I give it up to strangers?" "Strangers? How can Zoe's brother be a stranger? Since I married David, her brother is your family too. You should treat him like your own brother." Zoe gestured dramatically while speaking. "Treat him like my brother? Ridiculous." It was one thing for my parents, David, and Zoe to take advantage of my money, but why should I spend money on Zoe's lazy brother? They truly thought I was a fool. "Zoe, you're really shameless. My parents won't give me the key to that small house I bought before. Isn't it true that your parents are living in theirs?" "So what?" Zoe replied arrogantly. My parents and brother just watched without any intention of stopping her. I looked at each of them. So you're all determined to kick me out, huh? Zoe, gritting her teeth, said, Yes. You're not giving those 2 houses back to me, are you? My father glared at me angrily. Nonsense. Don't even think about those houses. They don't belong to you, and it's not your decision. We'll see. I felt hopeless and suddenly didn't want to stay another minute. I didn't want to waste any more time arguing with them. This was a small issue that could be solved with a lawyer. I took nothing with me and left the house. That suitcase had been thrown out by David, and those old clothes had been handed down by Zoe because she didn't want them. I didn't want them either. I checked into the best 5-star hotel in town and consulted the best lawyer. I had paid the down payment and the mortgage on the houses. The lawyer said it wouldn't be hard to get them back. After hanging up the phone, I felt depressed and angry. I wanted to cry but couldn't. My parents always favored David because he was a man. If it weren't for my grandparents paying for my education, I wouldn't have even finished high school. After getting into university, I worked up to 4 jobs at once, sometimes so exhausted I'd fall asleep standing. After graduating, I got a full-time day job and a part-time job at a fast food restaurant at night. I worked hard for years, saved every penny, and finally got my parents and David out of my grandparents' old house. I thought buying 2 houses would make life easier, but unexpectedly, I was kicked out overnight just because I lost my job. They completely turned their backs on me. How ridiculous. Family love could disappear in an instant, but at least I was lucky in another way. I looked at my bank account balance and couldn't help but smile. I still had money, $100 million, an amount I couldn't spend in 10 lifetimes. I bought a seaside mansion in a luxury area. Now I woke up whenever I wanted, did yoga, and watched TV. Life was incredibly comfortable. There was a homeowners group in the mansion community. After joining, everyone warmly welcomed me. They were all wealthy women who talked daily about makeup, clothes, and similar topics. I never used to care about those things, but now my mindset had changed. With money in the bank, I told myself I should indulge and enjoy life, so I joined their conversations enthusiastically. In a few days, I became friends with them, and we often went out for coffee or shopping together. One day, I was in a luxury store with my new friends when suddenly my father called me. Furious. You are such a... You sued us. The court summons have arrived and the neighbors are mocking us. Ungrateful. If I had known you'd turn out like this, I should have strangled you when you were born. My mother grabbed the phone and started crying hysterically. We only had a few arguments. Why do you have to make such a big scene now? We're so humiliated in the community. They almost believe we treated you badly. I couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. Wasn't it true? They never treated me well, and now they even kicked me out of my own house. Since I was a child, I always had endless chores waiting for me as soon as I got home, but I never minded because we were family. However, after David got married, and especially when they had a baby, I had even more to do and became more exhausted. No matter how kind I was to them, my parents and Zoe were never satisfied. They truly treated me like a free maid. My friends used to joke that I must have owed them a debt from a past life because I worked like a slave to pay it off. I could only bitterly smile. Kathy, we gave you life and raised you. That's a huge favor. What more do you want? I want nothing but justice. After saying that, I hung up the phone. My friends and I continued enjoying our shopping. Just as we were about to leave the mall, I saw Zoe walking toward me, chatting and laughing with a middle-aged man. They looked like a loving couple. When Zoe spotted me, she panicked and quickly distanced herself from the man. Kathy, are you spying on me? I didn't think you were that kind of person. Why don't you go find a job instead of following me? Seeing the guilty look on her face, I wasn't angry. I just laughed. I'm in no rush to find a job, and I have zero interest in following you. Who do you think you are? At that moment, my friend Mary Lee couldn't hold back. Who is this woman, Kathy? Mary asked. She's my brother's wife, I replied. Mary immediately recognized the man. Ben Cox, you're meeting with the married woman, aren't you? Aren't you afraid your wife will find out? Zoe rolled her eyes and lied. I'm not her brother's wife. She's talking nonsense. I'm just one of Ben's employees. Our relationship isn't what you think. Don't misunderstand. Ben frantically waved his hands, desperately trying to distance himself from the situation. Zoe then threatened me. Kathy, I'm warning you. If you tell David, I'll rip your tongue out. Right then, David appeared. He had come shopping with his boss and, upon seeing us arguing from afar, rushed over. Kathy, I'm warning you. Don't upset Zoe. She's pregnant with our second child. If it's a boy, it'll be a great contribution to our family. Our family, I thought. Since the day they kicked me out, I no longer had anything to do with them. David's expression instantly darkened. This isn't something you can decide. You're so stupid. Even if you win the lawsuit against our parents, you'll still have to pay alimony. Either way, the two houses are ours, so alimony means nothing to us. At the mention of the houses, Zoe lost control. Those two houses are ours. Don't think you're going to keep them. Zoe had always been irrational. I worked hard to buy those houses, and now I was simply reclaiming what was mine. I hired a lawyer, and I'll be getting those houses back soon. You two should go home and start packing. Think carefully about where you'll live next. Zoe was so furious that her face turned red. She turned and slapped David. Are you going to let Kathy humiliate me like this? What's wrong with you? David then tried to attack me, but my friends immediately surrounded him and stopped him. Van, another one of my friends, looked at Zoe with disgust and said, "Why don't you take your husband and leave? You can't afford to pick a fight with women like us. We all live in the mansion community." Zoe stared at me in shock. How did you end up with them? Are you working as their maid? Mary glared at her and replied disdainfully, "A maid? Kathy is our neighbor. You rented a mansion? Where did you get the money for that? Did you secretly marry Jim and he gave you money?" Zoe asked incredulously. Mary laughed sarcastically. Kathy didn't rent her mansion. She bought it outright. David and Zoe were stunned. What? When David and Zoe were left speechless upon learning that I had bought the mansion outright, an indescribable satisfaction surged through my veins. But it still wasn't enough. They deserved more than shock. They deserved to feel the weight of the contempt I had carried for years. With a smile that blended disdain and superiority, I turned to my friends and said, "Let's get out of here, ladies. I've wasted enough time on people who aren't worth it." As we started walking away, I heard David's voice tremble with rage. "Kathy, do you really think you're going to get away with this? You have nothing. Those houses are ours, and I swear to God you'll end up alone begging on the streets, just like you always should have been. Pretend all you want that you're in a better position now, but you're not. You've always been dead weight." I stopped in my tracks and looked at him from a distance, a mix of pity and disdain in my eyes. "David, do you seriously think you're going to come out of this looking like the victim? You're married to a woman who lies, cheats, and manipulates, and you delude yourself into thinking you're better than me. Zoe treats you like a puppet, and we all know it. You know what's funny? Even with all the support from our parents, even being the golden child, you've never built anything on your own. I bought those houses. I paid for the comfortable life you all live, and now that the ground is shaking beneath you, all you can do is threaten me. How pathetic." David was speechless, but Zoe, furious, lunged toward me, her face twisted in rage. "You think you're better than us, don't you? Just because you got lucky and won the lottery? You're a loser, Kathy. You always have been and you always will be. Nothing will change the fact that you're just a bitter, lonely spinster with no one." I took a deep breath, and for a moment, I considered letting her keep spewing her insults. But then I realized I had endured enough my entire life. I stepped close enough for Zoe to see the firmness in my eyes, and with a steady voice full of disdain, I responded, "I might be single, Zoe, but at least I'm free. Free from an unhappy marriage with a man who treats me like garbage, and from a family that never valued me. Now look at you, stuck in a life built on lies, manipulation, and betrayal. You think you're in control, but the truth is you're just a prisoner of your own actions. Keep making threats, keep lying to yourself. In the end, It's you who will end up alone. Before Zoe could reply, one of my friends, Mary, stepped in and placed a hand on my shoulder. Kathy, don't waste your time on people like them. Let's go. As we walked away, I heard Zoe explode with rage. You'll regret this, Kathy. I swear I'll destroy you. I didn't look back. Instead, I turned to Mary and smiled. What a pathetic performance. That night, when I got home, I opened a bottle of wine and allowed myself to relax on the balcony of my new mansion. The sea breeze brushed against my face, and for the first time in a long while, I truly felt at peace. Yet, something inside me was still unsettled. I knew the legal battle would be resolved and I would reclaim the houses, but that wasn't enough anymore. They needed to learn in the harshest way possible that I was no longer the naive girl they could control. The next morning, I called my lawyer and asked him to expedite the lawsuits against my parents and my brother. Within days, court summons were delivered to their doorstep, and soon I saw them squirm under the weight of justice. But this was just the beginning. I hired private investigators to track every move Zoe and David made. I knew Zoe had more to hide than just that meeting with Ben Cox, and I wanted every possible piece of evidence. It didn't take long for the results to come in. Zoe wasn't only cheating on David with Ben, but also with another man. Even worse, she had been siphoning money from their joint account to fund her personal luxuries. Once I had all the evidence in hand, I knew it was time to use it. I arranged a reconciliation dinner with my family, sending formal invitations for them to meet me at an upscale restaurant. I knew they would come. Curiosity and fear of losing any chance to regain control would drive them there. On the night of the dinner, I wore my best dress, one that radiated power and control, and prepared for the show. When my parents, David, and Zoe arrived, their faces were tense, full of expectation. Zoe looked particularly nervous, which only made me smile inwardly. They sat down and I began to speak calmly. I've thought a lot about everything that's happened between us, and I've come to the conclusion that maybe you're right. Maybe I overreacted a little. I saw relief flash across their faces, especially Zoe's, who immediately tried to seize the opportunity. See? I knew you'd understand, Kathy. We're family, and we shouldn't be fighting like this. I always knew you knew what was right. I nearly laughed out loud but held it in. I looked directly into Zoe's eyes and, with a cold smile, slid an envelope across the table. Before you continue, you might want to take a look at this. She hesitated but grabbed the envelope. As she opened it and flipped through the photos and documents of her affairs and embezzlement, panic spread across her face. David, noticing her reaction, snatched the photos and stared at them in shock. What is this, Zoe? Zoe tried to stammer out an explanation, but I cut her off, savoring every second. That is the real Zoe, your perfect wife, the mother of your second child, cheating on you with multiple men and stealing money from you. And before you even think about confronting her, know that I've already sent copies of everything to your boss and all your friends. David turned pale, his hands trembling as he dropped the photos onto the table. Zoe, desperate, began crying and pleading, but no one was listening anymore. I looked at my parents and finished. And as for you two, soon you'll be receiving a court order to vacate my houses. Enjoy your last days there. I stood up, tossed the bill onto the table, and as I walked away, their panicked, desperate voices echoed through the restaurant. After my victory in court and the recovery of the two houses, I realized there was still more to be done. Winning 100 million in the lottery had given me more than just comfort. It had given me power and, above all, options. I decided that merely reclaiming what was mine wasn't enough. Now was the time to plan my next move, and nothing seemed more rewarding than investing in real estate. After all, in the city where I had lived for so long, there was a growing demand for quality properties, and I had more than enough money to seize that opportunity. I reached out to a reputable real estate agency in the area and began acquiring properties little by little, discreetly, without raising suspicion. My goal was clear: to expand my influence in the local real estate market without anyone knowing I was behind the purchases. I bought houses, apartments, and small commercial buildings, all in prime, strategic locations. Each new investment grew my portfolio, and my presence in the market silently expanded. About 3 months after my parents were forced to vacate the house I had reclaimed, I received news that made me laugh to myself for hours. Apparently, they were facing financial difficulties. With David completely ruined after the scandal with Zoe and unable to help, my parents were forced to look for a new house to rent. Out of all the options in the area, they became interested in a house that was coincidentally managed by the real estate agency handling my properties. Unaware of who owned the property, my parents signed the rental agreement with the agency, and without even suspecting it, they moved into one of the houses I had bought with a portion of the 100 million I had won. Fate had taken care of delivering the revenge. I didn't even need to fully orchestrate it. When I received the notification of the first rent deposit in my account, I couldn't help but flash a wicked smile. My parents, who had kicked me out of my own house and treated me like a burden my entire life, were now paying rent directly to me without even knowing it. The irony of it all was so delicious it felt unreal. They, who always thought they were in control, now depended on me for their very roof, and the best part, they had absolutely no idea. Weeks passed, and I continued receiving their payments on time. My other properties were also generating excellent income, and I felt increasingly satisfied. Life was finally giving me everything I deserved, and my parents didn't even realize how fate had taken care of paying them back. It was a sense of silent justice, one that didn't require me to get my hands dirty. One day, I received a call from the real estate agency. The agent, with a polite tone, informed me that the tenants of one of my houses, the one my parents were living in, wanted to discuss a possible rent reduction, claiming financial difficulties. It was the cherry on top. My parents were struggling and needed help, but this time I was the one in control. I scheduled a meeting without revealing who I was, of course. When my parents arrived at the real estate office, I was placed in a private room where I could watch them through the security camera. It was almost surreal to see my parents there, sitting humbly trying to negotiate. My father, who once had unshakable pride, now sat with his head down. My mother, who had hysterically cried on the phone months ago, now spoke in a pleading tone. Is it really impossible to lower the rent a little? Could the owner maybe reconsider? My father asked the agent, visibly embarrassed. I could have easily agreed, let them pay less, but why should I make things easier? They didn't make anything easier for me when I needed them most. No, I decided the rent would stay exactly the same. The agent politely conveyed the decision, and upon hearing it, my father looked visibly frustrated. My mother began to cry. Watching that scene, I felt a mix of emotions. Part of me still had that old urge to please, to be seen as a good daughter, but that Kathy was long gone. Now, I was a woman who made cold, practical decisions, and at that moment, the right decision was to let them feel the full weight of the consequences of their actions. I quietly left the room without them seeing me and returned to my mansion. The money would keep flowing into my account every month, and even though they didn't know it, my parents were now trapped in a cycle where I held all the power. They had lost all control over me, and the ultimate irony was that while they thought they were free of me, they were actually living under my roof. I controlled them from a distance, and that brought me a sense of silent justice that no confrontation could ever match. Fate had indeed delivered the revenge for me, and all I had to do was watch. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My boyfriend was considered a prince charming in our social circle, but during my birthday celebration on a yacht, he pushed me into the sea just to impress another girl from our university, making fun of my fear of water. Little did he know I suffered from aquaphobia. As a result, I ended up in the ICU while he managed to win over the heart of the campus belle. When I finally woke up, he was by my side apologizing, but I had no clue who he was. "Excuse me, do I know you?" I asked, completely baffled. The doctor explained that I had lost part of my memory. However, he kept insisting he was my boyfriend. I couldn't help but argue back, "No way! My boyfriend is Raleigh Landon." Everyone knew Raleigh Landon was his sworn enemy. My boyfriend was Justin Reed, a prince charming in River City's social circle. He had always been wild and extravagant, spending money recklessly and surrounded by women. I spent 3 years with him, during which he treated me well and even proposed, but recently he became interested in someone new. She was a young, beautiful college student with fair skin and an elegant demeanor. He couldn't resist her innocence and kindness. To amuse her, he didn't hesitate to push me into the sea on my birthday. Today, the sky stretched endlessly, a flawless expanse of blue without a hint of cloud in sight. However, the calm water unexpectedly turned into large splashes. I struggled in the water, feeling despair wash over me as I watched the people on the yacht. A girl named Jasmine Fox stood on the edge of the yacht in a white dress. Her eyes were innocent and bright. Seeing my distress, she stayed in the water. Jasmine delicately covered her lips and smiled sweetly. Her smile was captivating. Justin also joined in the laughter. He was smiling brightly, and even his worried expression eased up a bit. By the time he heard my cries for help, I was already sinking. The sensation of drowning was suffocating. I had nearly drowned as a child, and ever since, I've been terrified of water. I hadn't wanted to celebrate my birthday on a yacht, but I couldn't resist Justin's persuasion. However, when I arrived on the yacht, I found not only our usual friends but also a beautiful stranger. Justin doted on her, serving her drinks and fruit, even giving her the first slice of cake. His attentiveness, which he hadn't shown me in a long time, struck me as odd. I immediately sensed something was wrong, but I never suspected him. It wasn't until he pushed me into the sea that it hit me. Justin had a change of heart. He watched me slowly sinking, leisurely lifting his sunglasses onto his forehead, squinting as he looked at me struggling in the water, and began to mock. "Stella, are you really that helpless in the water? Quit pretending, just come up already. Jasmine finds you entertaining enough. No need to keep up the act." The mocking laughter was grating. "Justin, it seems like she really can't swim," someone yelled out after sensing something was amiss and swiftly tossed a lifeboat to me, but by then my body was already sinking. "Save her, Stella." The scene was chaotic, and several people worked together to rescue me onto the yacht. But even after several rounds of CPR, I didn't wake up. My body gradually grew colder. Justin started to panic, taking me to the hospital and rushing me into the emergency room. There, doctors worked tirelessly for over 2 hours before managing to revive me. Justin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the doctor say I was out of immediate danger. If things had taken a turn for the worse, he would have been labeled a murderer. While he enjoyed having fun, he certainly didn't want to wind up behind bars. It wasn't until the next day that I woke up in the hospital bed. As I looked at the ceiling and caught the lingering smell of disinfectant, confusion welled up in my eyes. Just as I moved, a throbbing pain shot through my head. I lifted my hand to my forehead, grunting softly. Justin, who had just returned, spotted me awake and hurried over, gripping my hand eagerly. "Stella, you woke up at last. When you were unconscious the whole night, I feared you might never open your eyes again." I jerked my hand back suddenly, staring at him with suspicion while furrowing my brows. "Who are you? Stella, are you joking? I'm your boyfriend, Justin Reed." Justin grabbed my hand again and laughed. However, as he looked into my fearful eyes, mistaking my distress for pretense, his tone gradually grew impatient. "It was wrong of me to push you into the sea, but there's no need for this. You're fine now, aren't you? Boyfriend? What nonsense are you talking about? My boyfriend is Raleigh Landon." I abruptly pulled away from his grasp, clutching a pillow in front of me, glaring at him with sharp, wary eyes. I had no idea who he was. "What? Who did you say is your boyfriend?" Justin's eyes bulged with anger, and he slammed his fist on the bedside table. Raleigh was his archenemy. Ever since childhood, he had consistently been defeated by Raleigh, nurturing a profound hatred for him that he couldn't even articulate. As I looked around the empty hospital room, then at Justin who was approaching with growing fury, I shouted anxiously, "Don't touch me! I don't know you!" My outcry summoned the doctor. Seeing how resistant I was to Justin, the nurse escorted him out of the room to wait at the door. The doctor conducted a series of examinations on me, asking many questions. Afterward, he advised me to rest. Justin stood by the door for a while, calming down. As soon as the doctor left, He rushed forward and interrogated, "Doctor, what's wrong with my girlfriend? Why doesn't she recognize me? And how could she claim another man as her boyfriend? She might have experienced some trauma causing memory loss. She might recover after some time, but don't stress her during this period," the doctor instructed. Justin was in disbelief. How could she just forget about him? As soon as the doctor left, Justin barged into the room. He pushed me down onto the bed, his face menacing as he demanded, "All I did was push you into the sea. Do you really have to pretend to have amnesia?" Hearing the commotion, several nurses rushed in, pulling him away. "What kind of boyfriend are you? Don't go in there to upset her. Otherwise, she might never recognize you." The nurse peered through the tiny window on the door and saw me curled up on the hospital bed. She then turned to warn Justin. Justin paid no heed. He wanted to see how long I could keep up the act. Not long after, my parents arrived at the hospital. Justin feared the truth about him pushing me into the sea would come out, so he didn't even tell them I was in the hospital. While the Reed family had considerable influence in River City, the Wright family's power was not to be underestimated. Additionally, the Reed Group still relied on my father's investment, and I served as the chief architect for the company. Justin needed my family's resources and my expertise. "Mr. and Mrs. Wright, just look at Stella. She's putting on quite the act, pretending not to recognize me. She even grabbed my arm just now," Justin complained to my parents, wearing a smile. My parents were shocked. They hurried to my bedside, pointing at themselves. "Stella, do you recognize us?" They were afraid I might have forgotten them. "Dad, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I not recognize you?" I laughed at their nervous expressions. They breathed a sigh of relief. With pale and tired faces, they felt sorry for me. They caressed my face tenderly and inquired, "Stella, the doctor mentioned you almost drowned. They worked hard to revive you all night. Aren't you afraid of water? What were you doing at the seaside?" However, when I saw Justin coming in, I screamed and hid behind my parents. "Dad, Mom, this person is crazy. Don't let him touch me. Did he say he's my boyfriend?" "But my boyfriend is Raleigh." I tightly held my mom's hand with a determined look. Upon hearing this, my parents' expressions froze for a moment. They took out their phones and proceeded to show me the photos one at a time, asking for my input. It became evident that I had simply forgotten about Justin and only recognized Raleigh. Jasmine, however, didn't seem to care at all. On the day I was discharged from the hospital, he went to invite Jasmine to dinner. He repeatedly asked Jasmine out, and she finally agreed to go out with him. This time, without any hesitation, he immediately drove to pick her up. His luxurious car attracted a lot of attention at Jasmine's school. Upon getting into the car, Jasmine cast a brief glance at Justin, maintaining her pure and angelic demeanor. She then softly asked, "Is your girlfriend all right? What could happen to her?" "She's lucky to be alive," Justin replied with a hint of flattery. During the whole afternoon, Justin took Jasmine to several luxury stores and spent hundreds of thousands. Finally, he took her to the most expensive restaurant for a celebration dinner. However, when Justin dropped her off at the school gate, she refused the luxury goods he offered. Justin couldn't resist being drawn to this type of girl. His emotions lingered, and he felt the passion reigniting. Later that evening, he took his friends to the bar to celebrate. Someone congratulated him and wished him to win over Jasmine soon. However, his good friend Jackson Daves frowned. "Justin, aren't you about to marry Stella? Isn't this unfair to her? Moreover, she had just been discharged from the hospital. Shouldn't you be accompanying her?" Jackson reminded. Upon hearing this, Justin raised his eyebrows, lightly chuckled, and said indifferently, "When else should a guy have some fun if not before marriage? Besides, I've been restraining myself for 3 years. It's not often I can find someone so compatible, so let me enjoy this. All right?" His tone was very casual. After the confusion at the hospital and Justin's persistence in trying to make me remember who he was, things started changing in subtle but disturbing ways. Although I couldn't comprehend how someone could be so cruel as to push me into the sea, I knew there was something darker behind his actions. The feeling of insecurity consumed me, especially when I recalled the way he now looked at me, full of anger and frustration. Even though my parents tried to reassure me, there was something they didn't know, something I couldn't figure out myself. That night, after everyone left and I was finally alone in the hospital room, I started having flashes of memory. Small, disjointed scenes from moments I couldn't understand. A heated argument between Justin and a man I didn't recognize. A black car parked in front of my house for several nights in a row. Justin on the phone talking to someone about a deal that seemed to involve him much more deeply than I could have imagined. These memories came in fragments, but I knew there was something being kept from me. And it wasn't just the betrayal with Jasmine or the push into the sea. There was a deeper conspiracy unfolding. Something Justin was desperately trying to keep hidden. A few days later, when I was discharged from the hospital, my house felt different. A sense of discomfort surrounded me as if the walls had ears and the hallways held secrets. My parents were concerned about my condition, and while they tried to be attentive, there was an undeniable tension in the air that I couldn't ignore. Justin had stopped showing up in person, which at first was a relief, but something told me he was still involved, just waiting for the right moment to act. A week after my return, I received an anonymous message on my phone. The screen glowed in the darkness of my room, and the message simply said, "You don't know the truth. Find Raleigh." My heart raced. Raleigh, the name I had mentioned in the hospital, but it made even less sense now. I barely remembered him, only a feeling that he was important to me somehow. He seemed to be the key to understanding everything. The next morning, I did something I never thought I would. I searched for Raleigh. Using his name in a quick search, I managed to track down his social media profile. He looked like someone I should clearly remember. His presence was commanding, his eyes intense. I didn't know how to reach out, but something inside me pushed me to send a short, direct message. "We need to talk. It's urgent." I didn't expect a quick response, but a few hours later, my phone vibrated with a notification. "Meet me today at 6 p.m. at the cafe on H Street. It's important." My heart pounded. Raleigh had agreed to meet, but what could I say to him? That I didn't remember him. But somehow I knew he was crucial in helping me understand what was happening. When the time finally came, I went to the cafe, feeling like my life was about to change. I walked in and immediately saw Raleigh sitting in a corner, watching the street through the window. He noticed me and gave a slight nod, his face expressionless. As I approached, he stood up, and I realized just how striking his presence was. He wasn't the kind of man who went unnoticed. "You came," he said in a deep voice. There was something familiar about it, but at the same time an air of mystery that made me uneasy. I don't remember you," I admitted, sitting down in front of him. "But somehow I know you're connected to what happened to me." He tilted his head slightly, analyzing every word I said. "So you don't remember, but you mentioned my name in the hospital. That's no coincidence. It was just a gut feeling. I really don't know why, but something is wrong, and I think you know more than I do." Raleigh sighed deeply and leaned forward, his eyes locked on mine. "Stella, there are things you shouldn't have forgotten. Things Justin doesn't want you to remember. What happened on the yacht was a warning. He's willing to do anything to protect his secrets." My body tensed. "Secrets? What kind of secrets?" "Dirty business, Stella. Justin and his family are involved in a series of illegal schemes, including extortion, financial fraud, and worse things. You accidentally stumbled upon some of it, and he knows that if you regain your memory, it's over for him." My mind was spinning as I tried to process what Raleigh was saying. It was like everything was starting to fall into place. The secretive conversations I remembered, Justin's uncontrolled rage, the fear in his eyes when I mentioned Raleigh. Everything made sense now. "So that's why he pushed me into the sea?" I asked, my voice trembling. Raleigh nodded slowly. "He tried to silence you, and if I'm not mistaken, he'll try again. You're not safe, Stella. Justin is getting desperate, and men like him don't hesitate to use violence when they're cornered." Fear washed over me like a wave. I knew Justin was capable of many things, but I never imagined he could be this dangerous. "What do I do now?" I asked, trying to stay calm. Raleigh looked at me directly, his expression serious. You need to get out of here. I have contacts who can help, but we have to move fast. Justin is probably already watching your every move if he realizes you're close to recovering your memories. Before he could finish, my phone started vibrating furiously on the table. I glanced at the screen, and to my shock, it was Justin. He had sent me a message. We need to talk. I know what you're doing. My blood ran cold. Raleigh took the phone from my hand, read the message quickly, and said in a cold voice, "It's too late. He knows." I couldn't take my eyes off Justin's message. We need to talk. I know what you're doing. The chill in those words made me shiver, but at the same time, something inside me shifted. The fear that had once paralyzed me turned into a fierce determination. Justin thought he still had control over me, that I was the same submissive Stella as before, but he was about to discover that the girl he tried to destroy had risen again, and now it was his turn to fall. Raleigh, I began, taking a deep breath. If Justin wants to talk, let him talk, but this time, it's going to be on my terms. Raleigh raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What are you thinking? He wants to manipulate me, maybe even try something dirty like before, but this time you'll be there recording everything. We'll catch him in the act. Raleigh studied me for a moment, then nodded, a slight smile of approval forming on his lips. Hidden where? You'll stay in the closet, I suggested, my mind already weaving the plan together. I'll get him to talk about whatever he's hiding, and when the time is right, you'll step in. If this works, we'll expose him. Raleigh agreed, his expression turning serious. This is risky, Stella, but if that's what you want, I'm with you. That very night, I sent Justin a message agreeing to meet and talk. We arranged to meet at my house, where I knew I could control the setting. As the time drew near, Raleigh hid inside my bedroom closet, equipped with a small camera to record everything. My heart was racing, but I stayed focused. My anger toward Justin was now my greatest ally. When Justin arrived, he seemed different. His arrogant smile and air of superiority were still there, but there was something else. A tension in his movements, like he knew his empire was about to crumble. I greeted him with a neutral expression as if I was ready to forgive him, which only seemed to boost his confidence. Stella, he began, placing his hand on my shoulder. I know things got out of hand, but everything I did was for us. The anger bubbled up inside me, but I kept my calm facade. For us? You pushed me into the sea, Justin. I almost died. He shook his head, laughing nervously. I didn't know you couldn't swim. It was a prank that went too far. I tried to keep my expression vulnerable, as if I were falling for his manipulation again. Maybe you're right. Maybe I overreacted. He seemed to relax. I knew you'd understand. Let's calm down. Okay? I'll grab us something to drink. We can toast to our future. I watched as he walked to the kitchen. My heart raced as Raleigh adjusted quietly inside the closet, ready to act. When Justin returned with 2 glasses in hand, I sensed something was off. He was too calm, his smile darker than before. And then I saw it. Justin, believing he was safe, opened the small bottle he had hidden in his pocket and poured a liquid into my glass. Raleigh, from inside the closet, didn't hesitate. Before Justin could even turn around, Raleigh stepped out of his hiding spot. This ends now, Justin, Raleigh said firmly, his voice cold and sharp. Justin froze, his eyes wide with shock and anger. What the hell are you doing here? This is none of your business. It is when you're trying to hurt someone like this, Raleigh replied, stepping closer. We've recorded everything. For a moment, fear flashed in Justin's eyes, but his arrogance quickly returned. You think you can threaten me? Do you know who I am? Do you know what my family can do? Before he could say more, I picked up my phone and called the police, my voice steady and firm. Hello? I need a police unit immediately. A man just tried to drug me. Justin tried to flee, but Raleigh held him firmly until the police arrived. When they finally took him away in handcuffs, the desperation in his voice was evident. You can't do this. My family will destroy you. You'll regret this. As I watched him being taken away, everything came flooding back. I remembered the schemes, the shady conversations I overheard Justin having, the illicit deals involving his family, financial fraud, money laundering, extortion. Every piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Raleigh looked at me, concerned. "Are you okay?" I nodded. "I remember everything now, Raleigh. All of it. Justin's dirty schemes and his family's crimes. I'm going to report them." And that's exactly what I did. With all the information and evidence Raleigh and I gathered, I took the case to the authorities. The investigation moved quickly, and soon, not only Justin but his entire family were in custody. Financial fraud, bribery, extortion. Everything was uncovered, and the Reed family empire crumbled. As I watched the news of their arrests on TV, I felt a mix of relief and power. They had tried to destroy me, but now they were the ones falling, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had finally taken control of my life again. Now on to the next story. Story 3. I got brutally beaten by my son's fiancée because she thought I was his mistress. This story will surprise you. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. My son, Troy Malone, posted a set of photos of us having dinner together on Facebook, and the caption read, "You have been by my side all the way. Thank you, the most important woman in my life." Unexpectedly, my son's fiancée, Sienna Hunt, mistook me for Troy's mistress. On the day of the engagement banquet, Sienna led a group of her friends and blocked me at a beauty salon. You shameless woman. How dare you seduce Troy? I will make sure you're unable to seduce a man for the rest of your life. Girls, strip her part down there up. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Sienna violently beat me up at the beauty salon before taking me to the engagement banquet. "Today, I will let you see who Troy really likes," Sienna said as she stepped on my face with one foot, humiliating me. All the guests around burst into laughter. Just as Sienna was enjoying her triumph and beating me up, Troy finally arrived. I watched, feeling like I was on the verge of dying. The engagement banquet seemed like it might end now. Troy was about to get engaged to his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for 2 years. Hearing this, I was overjoyed and thought that the Malone family would soon have a successor. Then, I canceled all my work in Orco and bought the earliest flight ticket. I rushed back to Latin art overnight. I reunited with Troy at a restaurant. Then he posted a photo of our reunion on Facebook with a caption that read, "Thank you, the most important woman in my life." Since Troy's father passed away, all the business responsibilities had fallen on my shoulders. I had no choice but to fly to Orco. It had been many years since I last saw Troy. Upon learning the news that Troy was about to get engaged, I prepared myself seriously. I planned to face my in-laws with my most stunning look so as not to embarrass Troy. That night, Troy and Sienna had a big fight. I asked Troy what had happened. After all, tomorrow was their engagement banquet. Troy angrily told me, "Sienna said she wants to beat up my mistress. She is so unreasonable. How could I, Troy Malone, have a mistress?" I rarely interfered or inquired about Troy's matters or relationships, but I advised him, "Getting married is a matter between two people. You must be loyal before getting married. If I find out that you dare to bully Sienna in the future, I will teach you a lesson. I don't care if you indeed have another woman in secret. Since you chose Sienna, cut off all ties with other women." Troy was sweating profusely from my scolding. I didn't expect that the night before their engagement banquet, Troy and Sienna would have a big fight because of a mistress I had secretly made up in my mind. I decided that I would personally explain the misunderstanding between Troy and Sienna at the engagement banquet tomorrow. I bought a villa worth $17 million as a meeting gift for Sienna, her mother-in-law. The day before the engagement banquet, I carefully dressed myself and went to a beauty salon to get light makeup. I intended to show up looking my best before attending the banquet tonight. Just when everything was ready and I was about to attend Troy's engagement banquet, I saw Sienna leading a group of girls rushing into the beauty salon angrily. I thought to myself, what a small world. I was about to get up and greet Sienna and meet her in advance. However, looking at me fiercely, Sienna walked towards me with her girlfriends. Everyone in the salon was surprised and stared at us. Sienna slapped me in the face, ruining my carefully applied makeup. The burning pain on my face made me feel dizzy. The situation was chaotic. Sienna grabbed my hair and cursed at me loudly. "You are such a bee! Do you think I can't find you hiding here without Troy being honest with me?" Her sudden slap and the overwhelming insults made me feel both pain and embarrassment. All the guests in the beauty salon were eagerly watching, as if this were some drama where a legitimate fiancé beat up a mistress. "She seems quite well-mannered with her words and actions," some whispered. Unexpectedly, at this age, she would seduce other men and do such shameless things. Everything can indeed happen in this vast world. Everyone's whispers echoed in my ears. I endured the pain on my face. "Sienna, you misunderstood. I am Troy's." Sienna didn't give me a chance to speak. She grabbed my hair and pushed me down to the ground. Several of her friends swarmed around, punching and kicking me. The intense pain almost numbed my whole body. Sienna scolded me while beating me. "You slut! You seduced my husband, and you deny that you're not a mistress? If you're not his mistress, how do you know my name? It's funny. I didn't expect you to hide so well. Let me tell you, a lowly woman like you will never be able to rise high and gain glory. Don't ever think about snatching my husband for me your whole life. When I marry into a wealthy family, I will sell you to a brothel, let you serve thousands of men, and be taken advantage of by tens of thousands." Amid such offensive insults, I kept crying, "Sienna, I am not Troy's mistress. If you don't believe me, call Troy and ask him." Before, Troy had shown me photos and videos of him and Sienna together. In the photos, Sienna appeared as a gentle, considerate, and well-educated girl. But now, I realized that I was wrong. I didn't expect Sienna to be so sarcastic and mean. She wouldn't give me any chance to explain. She pulled my hair apart and crazily dragged me around. Suffering from excruciating pain, I screamed over and over again. "Well, Troy, you're calling him so intimately? A cheap a-hole is always a cheap a-hole. Now you're still verbally stubborn." Sienna looked gloomy, saying, "What a stubborn woman. You who serve as mistresses for others will never admit that you are mistresses even in death. Later, I will take you to the engagement banquet and personally ask Troy whether you or I serve him better. With me around, you will never be able to marry into a wealthy family in your whole life. At best, you are just second-hand goods that Troy will kick away after getting tired of you." Sienna's sharp curses kept stimulating my nerves. I dared not imagine what would happen if Troy married a woman like Sienna in the future. Before this, I was full of expectations. I even bought a post-marriage villa for them. "Come, let's kill this a-hole. Take off her clothes. Today, I want to see if this trash has any shame." Sienna's best friend's eyes flickered with fierceness. They stared at me intently. 4 or 5 people were crazily pulling my hair and beating me on the ground. Cooperating with another woman, Sienna was tearing off the buttons on my long dress. For a moment, I was covered in blood and my body was exposed. Everyone looked at me gloatingly, as if it no longer mattered to them whether I was a mistress or not. The scene of me being humiliated and beaten became a great show in their eyes. They watched with excitement. I desperately covered my chest. There were so many of them, I was simply no match for them. The intense pain almost made me faint. In a daze, I even saw Sienna taking out her cell phone and starting to take pictures of me. "You slut! Your reputation is to be ruined." Sienna's several close friends were about to tear off my remaining tattered clothes. I shouted out, "Sienna, I am Troy's mother." Sienna was stunned. I thought she would call Troy and personally verify my identity, but she laughed recklessly, saying, "You vixen, do you deserve to be Troy's mother and my mother-in-law? You are just a mistress who can only serve others for a lifetime and live in darkness. You are nobody but a good-looking. Troy will never like you. If you were Troy's mother, then the whole world would be turned upside down." Sienna sneered, her face showing madness. Taking out her cell phone, she constantly took pictures of me. What made me desperate was that there were many employees and customers in this beauty salon, but no one stopped them. Everyone was holding their cell phones and taking random pictures of me. "Did you see it? This is the end for someone who becomes a mistress for others. The legitimate wife caught her in a beauty salon. The mistress deserves to die. Take off all her clothes and let her be disgraced. She can never turn her life around. The guests added fuel to the fire. Everything around me was in chaos. I felt like my face was covered in blood. I was going to be beaten to death by them. In the chaos, I seemed to hear Sienna's best friend, who was uncertain about the situation, asking quietly, "Sienna, should we confirm it? What if she is?" Before she could finish speaking, Sienna waved her hand to interrupt her. Looking at me lying in a pool of blood with disheveled hair, she said with a sneer, "My mother-in-law is still in Orco. She said she would only arrive today." I did tell Troy that I would attend their engagement banquet on that exact day. By the way, I would formally meet Sienna. I was very happy. I would surely attend Troy's wedding regardless of what happened, so I arrived early last night. I had a meal with Troy at a restaurant near the airport. Now I knew that Sienna was referring to the photo Troy posted on Facebook last night. I was the mistress that Sienna wanted to beat up. Amid the tearing and fighting, Sienna tore my long dress down to my waist. Her friend restrained both of my arms, and Sienna tore off my remaining underwear. There was a burst of commotion around us. Well, you have the guts to be a mistress, but you don't dare let others see your private parts? Indeed, you have got something. I didn't expect you to maintain yourself so well. Everyone picked up their cell phones and took pictures of me fervently. I screamed miserably, struggling with all my strength, but her friends firmly pressed me to the ground. "Take your hands away to reveal her chest. I want to post the photos online so that netizens across the country can see this effing body." Sienna almost lost her mind. The sound of her laughter echoed through the beauty salon. I fell into a pool of blood, almost dying. Until now, I finally confirmed that Troy had never shown Sienna my photo. "Sienna, does she seem to be dying? Shall we continue?" Sienna's best friends were a little scared. Sienna sneered, saying, "You act so amazingly. When you were being Troy's mistress, did you ever think about your outcome? It's okay. As long as I marry Troy and marry into a wealthy family, Troy and my mother-in-law will help me handle it no matter what happens." After finishing her words, Sienna waved her hand and said, "Drag her into the car." Then she looked down at her wristwatch and her face changed. She hurriedly said, "Hurry up. Let's go to the engagement banquet venue. My mother-in-law should be there soon. Troy said he wants to formally introduce me to his mother today." After Sienna finished speaking, her group of girlfriends started pulling my hair and dragged me out of the beauty salon. Before leaving, she raised her voice and said to the boss of the beauty salon, "Regarding all the losses caused by us here today, go to the finance department of the Malone Group to be reimbursed for it. Tell them that Troy's wife sent you there." At her words, the beauty salon boss's face changed. He quickly showed a pleasing smile and said, "So it's Mrs. Malone. Don't worry. We won't call the police about what happened here today." Sienna was proud and satisfied. I, who had almost lost all my strength, was humiliated, allowing them to drag me out of the beauty salon. Passers-by were pointing at me and whispering. Sienna stood with her hands on her hips and cursed, "I'm teaching the mistress a lesson. It's none of your business." Someone couldn't bear it anymore. A woman stepped forward to persuade her. "Miss, even if she is indeed the mistress, you can't beat her up like this. Her face is covered in blood and you tore her dress. Get a piece of clothing to cover her up. Every part of her has been exposed. We all have our dignity. Moreover, what you are doing is illegal." Sienna wouldn't listen at all. She sneered at the woman who spoke up, saying sarcastically, "Well, you are so eager to come forward to defend this slut. The way I see it, you are just like her. You are a shameless mistress, right? And I am rich. My husband is the chairman of the Malone Group. Even if I kill someone, I can afford the compensation." The woman angrily glanced at Sienna. I didn't expect Sienna, who looked gentle and weak, to speak so viciously. Finally, Sienna and her close friends drove and dragged me to the lobby of the hotel where the engagement banquet was held. Today was the engagement banquet. Both families had invited many guests from each side. There were dozens of them. I was dragged in. The guests on Sienna's side and various relatives all looked at me in unison. Is she the mistress you mentioned? Sienna's parents stood up and looked at me with resentment on their faces. Nodded, saying, yes, that's right. She is the woman in the photo my husband posted on his Facebook timeline last night. I couldn't have mistaken her. Hearing Sienna's confirmation, her mother, Elle Newman, ran straight to me and started slapping my scalp furiously. How dare you steal my daughter's man? Today, I'll kill you. The continuous blows left me too weak to even speak. I even wondered if they would beat me to death here today. Kill her. Only my daughter can marry into a wealthy family. Elena called her friends over. The people from her side surrounded me again. In the end, Elena said to Sienna, Sienna, bring a knife over. I want to ruin her face. I'll see how you seduce other men in the future. Sienna handed a knife to Elena. Everyone was looking at me as I endured heart-wrenching pain. Elena fiercely slashed my face with the knife. Ouch! I screamed helplessly. The overwhelming pain made me wake up from the daze. At this time, Sienna's cell phone rang. She arrogantly turned on the speakerphone, and Troy's voice rang out. Sienna, has my mom arrived? What happened over your side? Why is it so noisy? Sienna sneered, saying, I'm teaching your mistress a lesson. Troy was stunned. My mistress? What are you talking about? Sienna, with a knife in her hand, said, your mistress from last night's photo. Troy's face filled with anger when he heard that. That's my mom. What did you do to my mom? As Troy's words echoed through the speaker, the entire room fell silent. Sienna's face turned pale, her hand frozen midair, still gripping the knife she had just used to humiliate me. The sneer that had twisted her lips moments before faded into sheer terror as the reality of her actions crashed down on her. My mom, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, her gaze now fixed on me. The woman she had relentlessly tormented and humiliated. Elena, her mother who had been cheering her on, froze in disbelief. What do you mean? She muttered. This can't be. But it was. A woman they had beaten, stripped of my dignity and my very clothes, was Troy's mother, not a mistress. The crowd began to murmur in shock and disgust, eyes filled with pity and horror. Troy's voice on the phone grew colder. Sienna, what did you do? Is my mother hurt? I'm coming now. The line went dead, leaving a chilling silence in its wake. Sienna dropped the knife, her hands shaking uncontrollably. She stumbled back, her face twisted in fear as she realized what she had done. Her perfect life, the engagement, the marriage, all of it was slipping away. She had shattered everything with her blind rage. Elena grabbed Sienna by the arm, trying to shake some sense into her. Fix this, she hissed. Do something. Something before it's too late. But it was too late. I could see it in their eyes. There was no going back. They had stripped me of my dignity and nearly my life, all based on a terrible misunderstanding. When Troy burst through the doors of the hotel lobby and saw me lying there, beaten and bloodied, his face twisted with pain, he rushed to my side, his voice shaking. Mom? Mom, I'm so sorry, he whispered, tears filling his eyes. This is my fault. I should have. Despite my pain, I reached out and touched his cheek, trying to comfort him. No, Troy, I whispered, my voice weak but steady. This isn't your fault, but she can't be part of our family, not after this. Troy's face hardened with determination as he stood up. He turned to Sienna, his expression cold and unforgiving. It's over, he said flatly. You're not the woman I loved. You're nothing to me now. Sienna fell to her knees, sobbing hysterically. Troy, please. I thought she was a mistress. I was jealous. I didn't know, she cried, her voice desperate, but Troy's face was set like stone. You didn't care to know. You let your jealousy ruin everything. Get out of my sight. Elena tried to intervene, but Troy cut her off with a sharp glare. And you're just as guilty. I don't want either of you near me or my mother ever again." As Sienna and her mother were dragged out of the hotel, I looked around the room at the guests who had come to celebrate. Now they stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to do or say. Troy knelt beside me again, his tears falling freely now. "I'm going to take care of you, Mom. I promise." I smiled weakly at him, my heart aching from the pain but also filled with love for the son who stood by me. "That's all I've ever needed, Troy. Just you." As I lay there in the aftermath of betrayal and humiliation, I knew one thing. Nothing could break the bond between me and my son. Not Sienna, not anyone. As Troy held me close, I could feel his arms trembling. Though I was still weak from the beating, I knew the worst was yet to come. The physical wounds would heal with time, but the emotional scars, the betrayal, the humiliation, would stay with me forever. Yet, even as I lay there, bloodied and broken, I couldn't let this be the end. The next morning, I woke up in a hospital bed, the sterile sound of antiseptics filling the air. Troy sat beside me, his face etched with concern. He hadn't left my side, not even for a moment. When our eyes met, he gave me a weak smile, but I could see the guilt behind it. "Mom," he began softly, "I'm so sorry. I don't know how this happened." I squeezed his hand, my voice still hoarse from the attack. "It's not your fault, Troy, but we need to make sure this doesn't happen again." I couldn't let Sienna and her mother walk away from this unscathed. Their cruelty had gone too far, and I needed justice, not just for me, but for every person they had hurt along the way. Later that day, I contacted my lawyer. There would be legal action, charges of assault, defamation, and harassment. I wanted Sienna and her family to feel the full weight of their actions. The news of the engagement party incident had already spread online like wildfire, with pictures and videos circulating. I wasn't just fighting for myself anymore. I was fighting for every woman who had ever been shamed and degraded. Weeks passed, and the court case gained momentum. The Malone name, once respected, was dragged through the mud as Sienna's brutality came to light. Her family, once so proud of their wealth and status, found themselves in the middle of a scandal that wouldn't go away. In court, I faced Sienna for the first time since that horrific day. She looked smaller now, her arrogance stripped away as the evidence piled up. The photos, the witness testimonies. Sienna's confidence crumbled. She tried to apologize, to claim she was overwhelmed by jealousy, but her words felt hollow. No apology could undo the damage she had done. The judge handed down prison time for Sienna and a hefty fine for her family. As they led her away in handcuffs, I felt a sense of closure wash over me. Justice had been served. In the aftermath, Troy and I began to rebuild our lives. We moved to a new city, far away from the memories of that awful day. I started a foundation for victims of domestic abuse and public humiliation, using my story as a beacon of hope for others who had suffered in silence. Troy too found his way again, though the experience had changed him forever. He was more guarded now, careful with whom he allowed into our lives. And as for me, though the scars remained, I had found strength I never knew I had. My life wasn't defined by what Sienna had done to me, but by how I had risen from it. I was no longer a victim. I was a survivor, and nothing could take that away from me. This wasn't the end of my story. It was just the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with strength, resilience, and the unbreakable bond between a mother and her son. Now on to the next story. Story 4. The moment I walked into the courtroom, my mother laughed under her breath, and my father shook his head like he was embarrassed to even see me there. I hadn't even sat down before the judge. An old man with a face that had seen too many stories went pale. His hand trembled when he lifted his glasses, and he whispered almost to himself, "Dear God, is that really him?" Everyone turned to stare, but they didn't know who I was. At least not really. Not yet. And that's exactly how I wanted it. But before I get into what led to that moment, I should back up. My name is Lucas. I'm 28 years old. And if there's one thing you need to know about me, it's that my family has always underestimated me. Not just a little, not just in those casual ways families sometimes dismiss the quiet kid. I mean, they went out of their way to make sure I felt like nothing. My older brother, Matthew, was the golden boy. Perfect grades, varsity athlete, always introduced at family gatherings as our pride and joy. My younger sister, Claire, was the princess, adored by my parents, spoiled with gifts, protected like she was fragile porcelain. And me, I was the middle child who became invisible unless they needed someone to mock. Growing up, I got used to sitting at the table listening to my dad praise Matthew's basketball scores or my mom fuss over Claire's grades while I silently poked at my food. If I tried to speak up, someone would cut me off. "Not now, Lucas." Or worse, my dad's favorite, "You just wouldn't understand." My own thoughts were background noise in my parents' perfect narrative. Even at Christmas, the gifts told the story. Matthew would get a brand new iPhone, Claire a designer bag, and me a clearance sweater, usually the wrong size. My mom once even said, "Well, you never care about this stuff anyway." Like it was a justification for her own neglect. But here's the thing. When you spend years being treated like a shadow, you start learning to observe. I watched everything. I noticed patterns. I saw the way my brother bragged, but never actually followed through. I saw how my sister's sweetness was more calculated than anyone wanted to admit. And most of all, I saw my parents' blind spots. They assumed I was dumb. That gave me a kind of freedom they didn't realize. I had space to think, to plan, to work on my own life without them hovering. It hurt too much to be ignored, but in a twisted way, it gave me the quiet I needed to build something they never expected. The disrespect didn't just stop when I became an adult. If anything, it got worse. When I was 22, I started my own small business. Nothing flashy at first, just online consulting, a mix of IT troubleshooting and security work that grew out of side gigs in college. I poured everything into it. Late nights, endless research, cold calls, rejection after rejection, until finally it started paying off. Within 3 years, I was pulling in 6 figures. By 26, I'd scaled enough to hire a team. And suddenly, I wasn't just surviving, I was thriving. But you wouldn't know it if you asked my family. They never bothered. They didn't even ask how I paid rent. My mom still referred to me as between jobs. And my dad once laughed and said, "Lucas probably fixes printers for a living." I didn't correct him. Why should I let them think I was nothing? The first big crack in the facade came 2 years ago at Thanksgiving. Everyone was gathered at my parents' house like always, and my mom had just toasted Matthew for his promotion. I put that in quotes because, as I'd later find out, the promotion didn't exist. He'd been let go quietly, but my parents spun the story so no one would lose their precious golden boy image. Anyway, after the toast, Claire piped up about her new internship, and of course, my mom swooned. Then, almost as an afterthought, she glanced at me and said, "And Lucas is, well, still figuring things out. Aren't you, honey?" The whole table laughed. Matthew smirked. I felt my ears burn, but I smiled politely and just said something like that. What none of them knew was that I'd signed a deal that week that doubled my company's revenue. But why ruin their fun? I let them laugh. I let them believe I was stuck in the same place. That was their first mistake. Over the next year, the digs got worse. Claire came to me asking for money just until payday. And when I said no, she called me selfish and told my parents I was hoarding cash. Matthew once tried to convince me to co-sign a loan for him, claiming it would help the family. I turned him down flat, and suddenly I was painted as the villain. My dad even called me one night and said, "You're abandoning your siblings. We're a family. Family helps family." I wanted to laugh at the hypocrisy. Where was that help when I was struggling? Where was the support when I was clawing my way up? But instead of arguing, I kept quiet. I told them I'd think about it. That was their second mistake, mistaking silence for weakness. The breaking point came this past summer. My grandmother passed away, and with her, the family estate became the center of attention. A sprawling house, land worth millions, and, more importantly, the trust she left behind. My grandmother loved me maybe more than anyone else in the family. She'd seen the way my parents treated me, and though she never called them out directly, she made it clear in private that she believed in me. We used to sit for hours drinking tea in her garden while she told me stories of resilience, of building a life when everyone doubted you. I never forgot those talks. So when she passed, I wasn't shocked to learn she'd left me something. What I didn't expect was how much. I'll never forget the reading of the will. My parents sat smugly, expecting everything to flow to Matthew and Claire, maybe with a token amount for me. When the lawyer announced that the bulk of the estate, both financial and property, was being entrusted to me, you could have heard a pin drop. My dad's jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth might break. My mom's face drained of color. Claire burst into tears. Matthew outright shouted, "This has to be a mistake." The lawyer calmly explained, "It wasn't. My grandmother had written her wishes clearly. I was the primary beneficiary. In that moment, for the first time in my life, I had the upper hand, and they hated it. Of course, they didn't accept it. Not even close. The weeks that followed were a storm of phone calls, guilt trips, and outright manipulation. My mom would leave voicemails crying, "How could you do this to your brother and sister?" As if I'd written the will myself. My dad accused me of tricking my grandmother in her final days. Matthew called me in the middle of the night demanding his fair share. Claire even showed up at my apartment unannounced, banging on the door and screaming that I had ruined her life. I didn't open, couldn't. The entitlement was staggering. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. They weren't just going to let it go. And I was right. Which brings me back to the courtroom. Because when a family like mine feels slighted, they don't just sulk. They fight. They contest. They drag you into the mud with them. And so there I was, summoned to court, facing my own parents, my own siblings, in a battle over my grandmother's final wishes. And when I walked into that room, hearing my mother's laugh and seeing my father's disdain, I felt something I hadn't in years: power. Real power, because I knew something they didn't. Something that made the judge himself tremble when he recognized me. And that's where everything started to shift. The air in the courtroom was thick with tension, the kind that hums under your skin and makes every sound sharper, every movement exaggerated. When the judge looked at me with that startled expression, my parents didn't notice at first. They were too busy whispering to Matthew, their voices dripping with confidence, as if this whole thing was just a formality. I could hear my mother's smug little hiss of a laugh, the one she used when she thought victory was already in her hands. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just sat quietly at my table watching. Let them think this was going to be easy. The lawyer representing my family was a slick man in his 50s, expensive suit, hair slicked back, the type who thought smirking was a weapon. He stood, introduced himself, and immediately launched into a speech about undue influence and unfair manipulation. Every word was crafted to paint me as the villain. Me, the invisible son who supposedly had wormed his way into my grandmother's trust. He even suggested that I'd isolated her in her last years, as if I'd kept her locked away from the rest of the family. My mom dabbed fake tears from her eyes, nodding along with the performance, while Claire sniffled into a tissue like she'd been rehearsing for weeks. I should have felt angry, but mostly I felt detached, like I was watching actors in a play. Maybe that's what years of being dismissed does to you. You stop expecting fairness. Still, every lie they told added to the slow-burning fire in my chest. They were trying to erase every good thing I'd built with my grandmother. Every quiet afternoon in her garden. Every story she told me about resilience. Those memories were real and they mattered. But here in this sterile courtroom, my family was trying to rewrite them into something sinister. Matthew was called to the stand first, and he strutted up there like he was giving a motivational speech. He looked the judge right in the eye and said, "My grandmother always loved us equally. She never would have singled Lucas out like this unless he pressured her." He paused dramatically, as if expecting gasps, then leaned in. "He's always been resentful, always jealous. This is just his way of finally getting back at us." I almost laughed. Jealous of what? Of his promotion that didn't exist? Of the years he coasted on praise while doing nothing meaningful with his life? But I kept my mouth shut. Let him dig his own grave. Then Claire took her turn. Her voice trembled, delicate and fragile. The perfect performance of a wronged little sister. Grandma promised me she'd help me with school. She told me she wanted me to have a good life. And then suddenly everything went to Lucas. It doesn't make sense. She sniffled loudly, glanced at my parents for reassurance, and added, "He never even cared about family until there was money involved." That one stung not because it was true, but because it was the exact opposite of the truth. I cared too much. I had spent years trying to be part of this family, trying to be noticed, included, loved. They were the ones who shut me out, who laughed at me, who minimized everything I did. And now, in front of strangers, they had the audacity to call me the heartless one. By the time my mom took the stand, I knew exactly how the show was going to play out. She sighed dramatically, clutching her tissue, and said, "Your Honor, Lucas he's always been troubled. He doesn't like to admit it, but he's had difficulties since he was young. We tried to help him. We really did, but he pushed us away. And my mother, God rest her soul, she was vulnerable at the end. He must have convinced her. There's no other explanation." My father, when he spoke, didn't even bother pretending sadness. He leaned forward, voice sharp, every word a blade. "This is about fairness. Lucas has never carried his weight in this family. He's never sacrificed, never supported anyone else. And now he wants to take everything for himself. That isn't right. That isn't what my mother-in-law wanted." The irony was so heavy, it nearly crushed me. The same man who never once showed up for me, who ridiculed me for years, was now lecturing me about sacrifice. I wanted to stand up and shout, to lay out every moment of neglect, every time I'd been mocked or dismissed. But instead, I sat quietly, hands folded, waiting for my turn, because I knew something they didn't, something that made the judge pale when he recognized me, and I wasn't going to waste it on an outburst. As the testimonies continued, I noticed the small things. The way my mother avoided my eyes, afraid of what she might see there. The way Matthew's voice shook slightly when pressed on his so-called promotion. The way Claire clung to my mother's hand like a child, even though she was a grown woman. Their stories were rehearsed, polished, but brittle. If you looked closely, the cracks showed, and I was more than ready to press on those cracks until the whole thing shattered. Still, the favoritism was undeniable. Even in court, my parents treated Matthew and Claire like victims, like porcelain dolls who needed protecting. I was the villain in their story, the shadowy figure who had corrupted everything. When recess was called, my father leaned across the aisle and muttered just loud enough for me to hear, "You think you've won. You're nothing, Lucas. Always have been, always will be." My mother smirked beside him, whispering something to Claire that made her giggle. They wanted me to break, to lash out, to prove their story right. I didn't give them the satisfaction. I just smiled, because I could feel the tide turning even if they couldn't. That night, back at my apartment, I couldn't sleep. My mind replayed every word they said, every lie, every accusation. I thought about the years of being dismissed, about the countless times I'd walked away from family gatherings with a pit in my stomach, wondering why I wasn't enough. I thought about the Christmas when my grandmother slipped me an envelope with a note that said, "One day they'll see who you really are. Be patient." I had tucked that note away in a drawer, unsure if it would ever come true. And now, sitting in the middle of the storm, I realized she'd been right. But patience only lasts so long. By the second day in court, the games escalated. My family's lawyer accused me outright of forging documents. Matthew swore he'd seen me coaching my grandmother in her last weeks. Claire cried so hard she had to be escorted out for a break. And my parents, they sat there, proud of the circus they'd created, convinced it was all going their way. The judge, though, kept stealing glances at me. His face was unreadable, but I caught the flicker of recognition again. The same whisper of unease he'd shown on the first day. He knew, he remembered, and my family had no idea. At one point during a heated exchange, Matthew turned and sneered at me. "You don't belong here, Lucas. You never have. You're just the spare, the mistake. And soon everyone will see that." The words hit harder than I wanted to admit. But instead of flinching, I leaned back in my chair and smiled again. Because soon, very soon, it wouldn't be me on trial anymore. It would be them. And when the judge finally cleared his throat, signaling that the next session would begin with my testimony, the whole room shifted. My parents straightened in their seats, ready to pounce on anything I said. Matthew smirked. Claire wiped her eyes dramatically. They thought they had me cornered. They thought I was about to crumble under the weight of their lies. What they didn't know was that I had spent years preparing for this moment. Years of silence, years of planning, years of watching. And now, with the whole courtroom waiting, I was finally ready to speak. When the judge called my name, the room hushed. I could hear the scrape of my chair against the polished floor as I stood, the soft rustle of papers being shuffled, and even the creak of the bench as the bailiff adjusted his stance. I walked slowly, deliberately to the witness stand, feeling every pair of eyes on me. My mother's sharp gaze, Matthew's arrogant smirk, Claire's teary little performance. They were all waiting, hungry for me to falter. The oath was simple. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I said I did, and when I sat down, I let the silence hang for a moment before speaking. I loved my grandmother. I began, my voice steady. She was the one person in my family who treated me as if I mattered. We spent years together, afternoons in her garden, evenings drinking tea. She confided in me. She trusted me, and she made her wishes clear. My family's lawyer interrupted almost instantly. Wishes you convinced her of. Isn't that right? No, I said firmly, locking eyes with him. Wishes she had long before any of this. She chose me because she knew I would honor them. The back and forth began. Questions aimed to trip me up. Accusations slipped into every inquiry. Did I visit her alone? Yes, often. Did I ever talk about finances with her? Once or twice at her request. Did I know about the will before she passed? No. I found out with everyone else. My answers were calm, measured, but I could feel the weight of my family's hatred pressing down on me with each word. And then it happened. The betrayal that snapped something inside me during a recess. As the court broke for lunch, my lawyer pulled me aside, his face unusually grim. Lucas, he said quietly, they've submitted new evidence. You need to see this. I frowned, confused, and followed him into the side room where he laid a folder on the table. Inside were pages of emails, hundreds of them. At first glance, they looked like messages I had supposedly sent to my grandmother, pleading with her, manipulating her, even threatening her. My chest tightened as I scanned the words rising in my throat. I never wrote these, I whispered. I know, my lawyer replied. They're forgeries, but they're claiming they came from your account. They've already submitted testimony from an expert who will swear they're authentic. I felt the floor tilt under me. My own family had fabricated evidence, weaponized technology, and dug this knife into my back without hesitation. It wasn't just lies in the courtroom anymore. It was deliberate sabotage crafted to destroy me completely. When we returned, my parents sat straighter, smugness radiating off them like heat. Matthew wouldn't stop grinning. Claire leaned against my mother, whispering something that made her smirk. They were so sure this was the killing blow. The lawyer strutted to the center of the room, waving the stack of papers like a trophy. Your Honor, we have here documented proof of undue influence. A string of emails written by Lucas to his grandmother in her final months, urging her to disinherit the rest of her family. The language is clear, coercive, and manipulative. He handed them up to the judge, who adjusted his glasses and began to read. My heart pounded in my chest, not with fear, but with a rising fury I could barely contain. To watch the man who had trembled at the sight of me now squint over fabricated lies, it was unbearable. The lawyer continued, voice dripping with satisfaction. You'll see he even goes so far as to threaten withholding care unless she complies. This, ladies and gentlemen, is not love. This is exploitation. My mother gasped, pressing a hand to her chest in fake shock. Claire started crying again. Matthew folded his arms, smug as ever. It was a performance perfectly orchestrated. And for a moment, I saw the spectators in the gallery start to shift uncomfortably, as if maybe they believed it. That was the moment the betrayal sank its teeth into me. Not just because of the lies, but because it confirmed what I had feared deep down for years. That my family didn't just dislike me, didn't just undervalue me. They despised me enough to destroy me, to smear me, to twist the truth into something unrecognizable. Blood meant nothing to them if money was on the line. When my lawyer rose to object, pointing out inconsistencies, the judge silenced him with a raised hand. "We will review these documents carefully," he said. His voice was neutral, but his eyes flicked to me again, and I caught the faintest glimmer of unease there. He knew something, remembered something, but the paper in his hand carried weight, and my family knew it. As the session dragged on, I sat in silence while they paraded their evidence. Their expert, a man I'd never seen before, took the stand and rattled off jargon about metadata and server logs. He spoke confidently, but when pressed, his answers were vague. Still, it was enough to plant seeds of doubt. By the end of the day, the whispers in the gallery had grown. Strangers muttering about greed, about manipulation. My parents walked out arm in arm, faces glowing with false victory. Claire clung to Matthew, whispering, "We've got him now." I stayed behind, staring at the empty courtroom, fists clenched until my knuckles ached. The betrayal cut deeper than any insult they'd ever thrown at me. This wasn't about inheritance anymore. It wasn't about the will. This was about erasing me completely, about painting me as the villain so they could walk away clean. That night, alone in my apartment, I sat in the dark and thought about every moment that led here. The times they laughed at me, the gifts that told me I didn't matter, the holidays where I was invisible, and now this, a deliberate attempt to frame me, to ruin me. My grandmother's note echoed in my mind. "One day they'll see who you really are. Be patient." I knew then that the patience she had urged me to keep was over. They had crossed the line. There was no going back. The next morning in court, as I walked past my family, Matthew leaned close enough that only I could hear. "It's over, Lucas. Nobody believes you. You're finished." His grin was wide, cruel, and certain. I didn't respond. I didn't even look at him. I just walked to my seat, calm on the outside, but inside something had shifted permanently, because I wasn't finished. Not even close. And when the judge announced that the next session would allow me to submit my own evidence, I finally felt the faintest trace of a smile curve across my lips. My family thought their betrayal was the end of me. They had no idea it was just the beginning. When I got home that night, after the forged emails were introduced, I didn't bother turning on the lights. The apartment felt colder than usual, empty in a way that pressed on my chest. I sat on the edge of my bed, still in my courtroom clothes, staring at the floor like it might offer some answers. My phone buzzed on the nightstand, messages piling up from friends who had caught whispers about the trial, from old classmates who had seen something online, even from a couple of distant relatives fishing for gossip. I didn't reply to any of them. What was I supposed to say? That my own family was trying to bury me alive in lies? For the first time in years, I felt small again, powerless. The same way I used to feel at the dinner table when my voice was drowned out by praise for Matthew and Claire. The courtroom, the judge's pale stare, the whispered gasps when those forged emails were read aloud. It all replayed in my mind like a cruel loop. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw my grandmother's handwriting on that note. "One day, they'll see who you really are." And all I could think was, what if she was wrong? What if they succeeded in twisting everything until even strangers believed them? The following morning, I dragged myself to court with heavy steps. My suit felt stiff, my tie too tight, and the fluorescent lights overhead only sharpened the pounding in my skull. My family, by contrast, looked refreshed, almost celebratory. My mother wore pearls and a light smile, the kind she reserved for when she thought she'd already won. Matthew leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, exuding smug confidence. Claire dabbed at her eyes now and then, but even her grief looked rehearsed. When the session began, the judge announced that the new evidence would be officially entered into consideration. My stomach twisted. Even though my lawyer objected, pointing out inconsistencies in the metadata and questionable chain of custody, the judge simply nodded and said, "We'll allow it for now." The gavel cracked against the wood, and in that moment, it felt like my entire case had slipped further from my grasp. The rest of that day was brutal. Every argument my lawyer tried to make was countered by their polished narrative. Every time I thought we'd found a hole in their story, they shifted the focus. At one point, my father even stood and declared, "This isn't about money, it's about principle. My son has betrayed us all." Hearing those words in his voice broke something deep inside me. He didn't hesitate to call me a traitor. He didn't flinch. By the time court adjourned, I could barely keep my legs steady walking out the door. Outside, the reporters swarmed, microphones thrust forward, flashes popping in my eyes. "Lucas, did you manipulate your grandmother? Lucas, what about the emails? Lucas, how do you respond to claims you isolated her?" I said nothing. I pushed through them like a ghost and made my way back home, my mind numb. That week was the lowest point I can remember. I stopped answering calls. I ignored texts. I let dishes pile up in the sink, the laundry go untouched. My business partners sent emails, concerned, then frustrated, then panicked. But I couldn't bring myself to answer. I was watching everything I'd built teeter on the edge because of lies I couldn't yet disprove. I sat at my desk one night staring at the balance sheets of my company, the numbers blurring together, wondering if I'd lose everything. And in the silence of those nights, when the weight of it all pressed hardest, the voices of my family echoed in my head. Matthew's sneer, "You're the mistake." My mother's whisper, "He's troubled." My father's cold pronouncement, "He betrayed us all." Words that cut deeper than knives because they weren't just accusations in a courtroom. They were admissions of how they'd always seen me. But somewhere in that darkness, something began to stir. I don't know if it was anger or survival, or maybe the last spark of my grandmother's faith in me, but it flickered quietly at first. A thought, small but steady. They may have cornered me, but they haven't won yet. I started digging through my old files. At first, it was almost mechanical, opening folders, scrolling through documents, revisiting emails I'd saved from my grandmother over the years. I didn't even know what I was looking for. But slowly, as the hours stretched into days, I realized I wasn't just searching blindly. I was retracing a path, piecing together fragments of truth that might still cut through their lies. One night, blurry-eyed at 3 a.m., I found an old email from my grandmother. It was short, just a note about a book she wanted me to read, but it struck me because of the date. The timestamp was weeks after the date my family's forged emails claimed I had already coerced her into rewriting the will. She hadn't mentioned any of it. She was cheerful, clear-headed, entirely herself. I stared at that email for a long time, my pulse quickening. It wasn't enough to overturn their narrative, not by itself, but it was a thread, a crack in the wall they'd built. The next day in court, though, things got worse before they got better. Matthew took the stand again, this time holding back no punches. He leaned into the microphone and said, "Lucas always hated us. He resented every good thing we had. This is his revenge. He's not honoring Grandma. He's punishing us." My mother nodded along, dabbing her eyes for effect. Claire cried again, burying her face in my mother's shoulder. I sat there motionless, feeling the whispers ripple through the gallery again. To them, maybe I did look like the villain. The quiet son, the black sheep, suddenly inheriting everything while the golden boy and the princess were left behind. It was a story that almost wrote itself. And sitting in that courtroom, I realized just how far they'd go to make sure it stuck. That night, back in the darkness of my apartment, I felt the weight press hardest again. The thought slipped in, maybe I should just walk away. Let them have it. None of this is worth it. The money, the estate, the trust. None of it could erase the poison of standing across from my own family, listening to them dismantle me piece by piece. For a long while, I sat with that thought, wondering if surrender would be easier. But then I remembered the look in my grandmother's eyes the last time I saw her. Clear, steady, almost defiant. She had leaned close and whispered, "Don't let them define you." And just like that, the flicker inside me grew stronger. No, I wasn't going to walk away. Not yet. So I started quietly planning. Not loudly, not with grand gestures, just small, steady steps. I called an old friend from college who now worked in cybersecurity. I asked questions, careful and vague at first, about how digital forgeries might be unraveled. I revisited my grandmother's letters and documents, searching for patterns, details only she and I would know. I didn't tell my lawyer everything yet. I wanted to be sure before I made any promises. Outwardly, though, I let my family believe they were winning. I sat silent in court, shoulders heavy, gaze lowered, the image of a man defeated, and it worked. I could see the confidence swell in them. The whispers between sessions about dividing up the estate, about what they'd do once I was out of the way. They thought they'd broken me completely, and in a way they had. But what they didn't realize was that rock bottom isn't just the lowest point. It's also the foundation. And from a foundation you can build. The day the judge announced that we'd move to closing arguments within the week, my parents smiled. Matthew nodded in satisfaction, and Claire squeezed my mother's hand. To them, the game was already over. But as I walked out of that courtroom, the late afternoon sun blinding my eyes, I felt something shift inside me. The suffering was still heavy, the betrayal still raw. But beneath it all, the quiet beginnings of a plan were taking shape. They thought they'd buried me. What they didn't know was that I was planting roots. The morning after the judge announced that closing arguments were only a week away, I woke up with a strange kind of clarity. The heaviness was still there, yes, but dulled, almost background noise. Something in me had hardened during those sleepless nights of despair. It wasn't hope exactly. It was resolve. My family wanted to bury me under lies. Fine, but if they thought I'd just stay buried, they didn't understand me at all. I began with small, deliberate steps. That old friend from college, the cybersecurity specialist, I finally told him the full story. I explained about the forged emails, the expert testimony, the way my family's lawyer had paraded them around as if they were ironclad truth. He listened quietly, and when I finished, he said, "Lucas, I can tell you already. If those emails were faked, there'll be holes. Metadata can be forged, yes, but real digital fingerprints are almost impossible to mimic perfectly. Give me access and I'll dig." For the first time in weeks, I felt something almost like relief. Not victory, not yet, but the first real crack in their wall of lies. Meanwhile, I forced myself back into the rhythm of my business. I logged into meetings again, fielded questions from my team, reassured clients. At first, it felt mechanical, like my body was going through motions while my mind was still stuck in the courtroom. But as the days passed, I realized how much I had let the trial swallow me. My company was still thriving. My partners were still committed. My employees still believed in me. The world outside that toxic family bubble hadn't collapsed. If anything, it had grown stronger in my absence. One afternoon, I walked into the office unannounced. My team looked up in surprise, then broke into smiles. "Good to see you, boss," one of them said. And in that moment, standing in a room full of people who respected me for my work, I felt a sharp contrast to the contempt I'd grown up with. Here I wasn't invisible. Here I wasn't the mistake. Here I mattered. That realization gave me fuel. The shame my family tried to drown me in began to lose its grip. I wasn't nothing. I had built something real, something no smear campaign could erase entirely. Back in court, I noticed subtle shifts too. The judge, though bound by procedure, kept glancing at me with that same faint unease. It wasn't pity. It was recognition. He knew something. And every time my family's lawyer grew more arrogant, every time Matthew sneered across the aisle, every time Claire dabbed her eyes with theatrical precision, I sensed the tide beginning to shift, if only slightly. One key moment came when my lawyer cross-examined the so-called expert who had authenticated the forged emails. Calmly, methodically, he asked questions about the server logs, the timestamps, the supposed IP addresses. The man gave answers, but they were vague, overly rehearsed. When pressed about whether he personally verified the email headers, he stammered. The gallery noticed. I noticed the judge leaned forward slightly, pen hovering over his notepad. It wasn't a knockout blow, but it was the first dent in their armor. That night, my cybersecurity friend sent me a message. "I found something. Call me." My heart pounded as I dialed. He explained that while the emails were convincing on the surface, the metadata told a different story. Certain formatting errors, character encodings, even inconsistencies in the server paths, they were red flags. These weren't written by you, he said. They weren't even written during the time they claim. Whoever forged these didn't account for how your provider stamps outbound mail. I closed my eyes, letting the words sink in. Proof. Real proof. It wasn't enough yet. I knew we'd need a meticulous, airtight presentation, but it was the foothold I'd been waiting for. From that point on, the weight on my chest began to lift. I walked into court the next day with straighter shoulders. My family noticed. My mother's smile faltered when she saw me. Matthew's smirk wavered. Claire, always the actress, tried harder with her tears, but even they looked strained. They could feel it even if they didn't understand it yet. My silence was no longer defeat. It was preparation. Outside the courtroom, I began reclaiming other parts of my life, too. I started running in the mornings again, pounding the pavement until sweat burned my eyes. I cleaned my apartment, cleared the dishes, folded the laundry. Small things, but each one reminded me that I was still in control of my own space, my own choices. The fog of despair lifted with each step, replaced by a sharper focus. Friends who had reached out earlier heard back from me now. I grabbed coffee with an old colleague who told me, "I've seen the news, but I know you, Lucas. You don't need to explain." That kind of loyalty, that kind of belief, it was something my family had never given me, and it made me even more determined to fight. In court, the momentum continued to tilt slowly but surely. My lawyer introduced character witnesses, old professors, business partners, even a neighbor from my grandmother's block. They painted a picture of me not as some manipulator, but as the quiet, steady presence I had always been. One neighbor in particular, an elderly woman who had shared tea with my grandmother often, testified that she had overheard my grandmother praising me repeatedly. She said, "Lucas was the only one who visited without expecting anything, the only one who listened." That testimony hit hard. I saw it in the gallery's faces. I saw it in the judge's pen scratching more notes. And for the first time, I saw my mother's mask crack. She pressed her lips together so tightly they went white. By the end of that week, the narrative had shifted. My family still pressed their lies, still clung to their forgeries. But doubt had been planted. The certainty they once carried began to fray at the edges. And through it all, I stood calmer, stronger. My silence was no longer the silence of defeat, but of someone waiting for the right moment. Privately, I continued working with my cybersecurity friend, compiling a report that detailed every inconsistency, every timestamp error, every impossible encoding. It was meticulous, technical, airtight. When I handed the draft to my lawyer, he read through it slowly, then looked up at me with something close to admiration. "Lucas," he said, "this could change everything." And still, I kept quiet in the courtroom. I let my family believe they were winning, that I was cornered, that the forged emails were the nail in my coffin. I sat through their sneers, their whispers, their smug glances, because I knew something they didn't, that their entire strategy was about to collapse under its own weight. But beyond the legal battle, something else was rising in me, too. A confidence I hadn't felt in years. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was building, reclaiming. Every run I took, every meeting I rejoined, every late-night conversation with allies reminded me that I wasn't defined by their lies. I was defined by what I had built, by the truth my grandmother had always seen. And as the week drew to a close, with closing arguments looming, I walked out of the courthouse into the sunlight and felt something I hadn't in months. Power. Not loud, not flashy, quiet, steady, unshakable. The kind of power my family had never given me, the kind I had forged myself. They thought they had stripped me down to nothing. Instead, they had revealed what I really was. And when the time came, I knew I would show them exactly what that meant. The closer we got to closing arguments, the more the tension in the courtroom turned electric. You could almost taste it in the air, like the charge before a thunderstorm. My family carried themselves with the same smug arrogance, but I could see the cracks widening. Matthew's jokes between recesses were forced now, his laugh a touch too loud. Claire's tears came quicker, less controlled, as though the performance was slipping. My mother fussed endlessly with her pearl necklace, her composure fraying at the edges. And my father, always the stern patriarch, snapped at Matthew once under his breath. A sharpness in his tone I'd never heard directed at the golden boy before. They still thought they were ahead. But their confidence wasn't the unshakable wall it had been. It was a mask, and I had spent a lifetime learning to see through masks. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, my quiet plan was taking shape. My cybersecurity friend, his name was Raj, had worked day and night digging through every bit of those forged emails. What he uncovered was more than I could have hoped for. "Lucas," he said one night over a video call, his voice tinged with both excitement and disbelief. "Whoever made these didn't just forge your words. They were sloppy. I found copy-paste artifacts in the source code. And here's the kicker. The machine they came from, it left behind an internal identifier. That identifier traces back to a device registered under your brother's name." For a moment, I just sat there stunned, staring at the lines of code he shared on the screen. "You're saying?" "I'm saying," Raj interrupted, "that Matthew was either directly involved or reckless enough to let his own machine be used for this. Either way, we can prove the forgery, and we can trace it back to him." The words hit me like a tidal wave. Proof not only that I was innocent, but that my own brother, the golden boy, the pride of my parents, had been complicit in framing me. My hands tightened on the edge of my desk until my knuckles whitened. After everything, the years of mockery, the dismissal, the betrayal, they had finally handed me the very rope I needed to unravel their story. But I didn't rush. I knew better than to reveal my hand too early. Instead, I gave Raj instructions to compile a formal, detailed report, line by line, timestamp by timestamp, building an airtight case that couldn't be dismissed as speculation. At the same time, I reached out to another unlikely ally, my grandmother's attorney, the man who had drafted her will. I arranged a quiet meeting in his office, away from the eyes of my family. He greeted me with a solemn nod, his shelves lined with thick legal volumes, his desk neat and deliberate. "Lucas," he said, "I was wondering when you'd come." We spoke at length about my grandmother's intentions. He told me stories I hadn't even known, about how she defended me in conversations with him, about how she'd insisted that I was the only one who visited without asking for something. "She was very clear," he said firmly. "Her decision was deliberate, not coerced. If she were here, she would be devastated by what they're doing." When I left his office, I carried more than just his words. I carried copies of documents, notes she'd written in her own hand during the estate planning process. They weren't dramatic. They were simple, pragmatic notes, but they carried her voice, her reasoning, her intent. And intent in a case like this was gold. The more I gathered, the more I realized I wasn't just defending myself anymore. I was building a fortress of truth, while my family scrambled behind walls of lies. In court, I let the mask of defeat linger a little longer. My silence, my stillness, it fed their illusion. During one recess, I overheard Claire whisper to my mother, "He looks so beaten down. It's almost over." My mother patted her hand, replying, "I told you. He was never strong enough." I walked past them without a word, but inside the fire burned hotter. They truly believed I was finished, even as I sharpened the blade they'd handed me. But the real turning point, the moment I knew the stage was truly set, came 3 days before closing arguments. Raj called again, this time with a grin I hadn't seen since college. "Lucas, I've got the final report ready. It's bulletproof. Not only do we prove the emails were forged, but the digital trail traces back to an IP address registered at your parents' house." He paused for effect. "And the timestamps, they line up perfectly with the nights Matthew claimed he was working late." I felt my chest tighten, but not with fear this time, with exhilaration. They had built their entire case on those emails, strutted into court waving them like banners. And now I had the proof that not only were they fake, but that the forgery could be tied directly to them. I sat back in my chair, the weight of weeks lifting all at once. For the first time, I allowed myself to picture it. The moment their faces would shift, the smugness draining, the gallery gasping, the judge's pen scribbling furiously, the silence when they realized the very weapon they forged was now the blade at their throat. Still, I didn't let myself gloat. Not yet. There was work to do. My lawyer needed to integrate Raj's findings into a formal motion. We had to ensure every detail was airtight, every potential challenge accounted for. And while that work went on, I prepared myself in other ways. I started dressing sharper in court, not flashy, but precise. My suits pressed, my tie chosen carefully, my posture straighter. I wanted the visual contrast to be undeniable, their arrogance unraveling, my strength emerging. Outside the courtroom, I rebuilt my connections with quiet purpose. I met with my business partners, updated them on the truth behind the headlines, and secured their trust. I even reached out to a journalist I knew from years ago, someone who had once covered one of my company's early projects. I didn't give him the full story yet, but I dropped enough hints for him to start digging. My family wanted to play games in the shadows. Fine. But I wasn't going to stay in the dark anymore. Each night I went for long walks through the city, thinking about my grandmother, about how she must have known this would happen, about how she had prepared me in her own quiet way. Be patient, she had said. I realized now that patience didn't mean passivity. It meant waiting until the right moment to act. And that moment was almost here. The day before closing arguments, I stood outside the courthouse as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in streaks of gold and crimson. My parents walked past me, arm in arm, Matthew and Claire trailing behind. They didn't even glance at me. To them, I was already defeated, a shadow of the sun they dismissed years ago. I let them pass, my hands folded calmly behind my back, because what they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly imagine, was that I had everything I needed now. Proof, documents, allies, and a quiet confidence they had never seen in me before. Tomorrow the storm would break. The morning of closing arguments, I woke up before dawn. The city outside was still wrapped in silence. The streets dark except for the occasional flicker of a street lamp. I stood at my window, coffee in hand, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt still. Not calm exactly. There was a thrum of anticipation in my chest, but steady, like the pieces had finally locked into place. When I walked into the courthouse, my family was already there. My mother wore a pale suit, pearls gleaming under the fluorescent lights. My father stood stiff beside her, jaw set, projecting the kind of authority he'd always wielded like a weapon. Matthew leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, that same smirk plastered on his face. Claire clung to my mother's arm, dabbing her eyes with a tissue even before proceedings began. To anyone else, they looked composed, unified, but I'd spent my entire life watching them. I saw the flicker in Matthew's eyes, the faint tremor in Claire's hand, the way my father's mouth tightened when he thought no one was looking. They were unraveling, even if they didn't know it yet. The judge entered, his robe flowing, gavel in hand. The room fell silent. "We'll hear closing arguments today," he said, his voice steady. "The petitioners may proceed." My family's lawyer stood first, as expected. He launched into a speech dripping with false sincerity, painting my family as victims of manipulation, their grief twisted by my supposed deceit. He waved the stack of forged emails again, his voice rising with practiced indignation. "This is not the action of a loving grandson," he declared. "This is the calculated exploitation of a vulnerable woman. Lucas does not deserve this estate. He deserves our pity, if not our condemnation." My mother sniffled loudly. Claire's tears flowed. Matthew leaned back, arms folded smugly. My father nodded along, every gesture rehearsed. The lawyer ended with a flourish, his words echoing in the hushed courtroom. "We ask that the court overturn this will, restore fairness, and protect this family from the destructive greed of one misguided son." When he sat down, my family exhaled collectively as though victory were already in their hands. My mother reached over and squeezed Matthew's hand. Claire whispered something into my father's ear. The lawyer leaned back, self-satisfied, certain he had sealed my fate. Then it was our turn. My lawyer rose, calm and deliberate. He didn't rush, didn't raise his voice. He began simply, "Your Honor, we've heard a great deal of testimony. Much of it emotional, much of it rehearsed. But what this case comes down to is one question. What did Lucas's grandmother want?" He paused, letting the silence settle. Then he continued, "She wanted her estate to go to the person who truly cared for her. The person who visited, who listened, who asked for nothing. That person was Lucas. And while the petitioners have tried to distract this court with accusations, with performances, with manufactured evidence, today we will show the truth." He gestured to me. I stood slowly, my hands steady, and walked to the front. My lawyer handed me a folder. Inside were the documents Raj had prepared. The technical report tracing the forged emails back to Matthew's machine and my parents' house. I held the folder for a moment before speaking. "Your Honor," I said, my voice steady, "my family has accused me of manipulation. They've submitted emails they claim I wrote. I want to show you something." The judge adjusted his glasses, watching me intently. I opened the folder and handed the first page to the bailiff, who delivered it to the bench. "This is a technical analysis conducted by a certified cybersecurity specialist. It examines the metadata of the emails submitted against me. What it shows is simple. These emails were not written by me. They weren't even written at the time claimed. The timestamps don't align. The server paths are inconsistent. And most importantly, the device used to create them is traceable. Traceable to a machine registered under my brother's name." The room erupted in whispers. My mother's hand froze halfway to her face. Claire's tissue dropped to the floor. Matthew's smirk vanished, his jaw tightening. My father shifted uncomfortably, his hands gripping the edge of the table. The judge flipped through the documents, his brow furrowing. He glanced at Matthew, then back at me. "You're saying these were forged?" "I'm not just saying it, Your Honor," I replied. "We can prove it, and we can prove where they came from." My lawyer stepped in then, elaborating on the technical details, methodically walking the court through Raj's findings. He explained how the formatting errors betrayed copy-paste manipulation, how the encoding inconsistencies revealed tampering, how the IP addresses traced directly back to my family's residence. He laid it out piece by piece, each point another brick in the wall we were building. The gallery murmured louder with each revelation. By the time he finished, the air in the room had shifted entirely. The smug confidence that had clung to my family all this time was gone, replaced by something else. Panic. But I wasn't done. "Your Honor," I said softly, "these emails were not just lies. They were attempts to erase my relationship with my grandmother, to turn years of love and trust into something ugly. But she left behind her own words. Words that show what she really wanted." I handed forward the notes from my grandmother's attorney, the documents she had written in her own hand during estate planning. Simple words, but clear. "Lucas visits me often. He listens. He cares. He doesn't ask for anything." The judge read them aloud. My grandmother's handwriting, her voice carried through ink, filled the courtroom. And for the first time since this ordeal began, I felt her presence beside me, not as a ghost, but as a shield. The silence that followed was deafening. My mother's face had gone pale, her lips pressed tight. Claire stared down at her lap, eyes wide. My father's jaw twitched, the mask of control slipping. And Matthew was shaking his head, muttering under his breath, his composure shattered. The judge finally looked up, his expression grave. "This evidence is significant. The court will take it under consideration." But the damage was already done. As we recessed, the gallery buzzed with whispers. Strangers turned their heads to look at my family, no longer with sympathy, but with suspicion. Reporters scribbled furiously in their notebooks. I walked past my parents without a word, my steps calm and steady, while they sat frozen, their carefully constructed narrative crumbling around them. For the first time, they looked small. That night, as I lay in bed, the weight that had pressed on me for months lifted. The revenge wasn't about gloating, wasn't about humiliation. It was about truth, about turning their own weapons against them. They had tried to bury me under lies, but instead they had buried themselves. And yet, I knew this wasn't the end. Not yet. Tomorrow would bring the fallout, the reckoning, the moment the world would see them for who they truly were. But for now, I allowed myself one small, quiet victory. The image of their faces, stunned and pale, as their empire of lies came crashing down. The morning of the verdict, the courthouse was more crowded than it had been on any other day. Word had spread about the forged emails, about the cracks in my family's story. Reporters clustered outside, microphones ready, cameras flashing every time someone walked through the doors. The case wasn't just a private matter anymore. It had become a spectacle, a story that people wanted to see resolved. When I entered, I kept my head high. My family was already seated, and their appearance told the story better than any headline could. My mother's face was ashen, her pearls clutched tight in her hand like a lifeline. My father looked older, lines carved deeper into his forehead, his eyes hard but hollow. Claire sat stiffly, her tissue crumpled in her lap, her gaze darting nervously around the room. And Matthew looked like a man on the edge of breaking. His usual swagger was gone. He tapped his foot uncontrollably, his jaw clenched, his hands fidgeting with a pen that clicked over and over until my mother snapped at him to stop. The judge entered and the room fell silent. He cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses, and began. This court has reviewed the testimonies, the documents, and the new evidence submitted. The petitioners allege undue influence, coercion, and manipulation. However, the evidence provided by the respondent has cast serious doubt on these claims. The digital analysis submitted shows clear inconsistencies in the supposed emails, including alterations and metadata linking their origin not to the respondent, but to the petitioner's own residence. A murmur rippled through the gallery. My family shifted uncomfortably. The judge continued, his voice firmer now. Furthermore, the handwritten notes from the decedent herself support the respondent's account. Her intent was clear. She chose to entrust her estate to Lucas, not out of coercion, but out of love and confidence. Therefore, this court rules that the will shall stand as written. The estate is to remain in Lucas's possession. The gavel struck once, sharp and final. For a heartbeat, the room was silent. Then it erupted. Reporters scribbling furiously, whispers flying, the gallery buzzing with the shock of it. I didn't move. I sat perfectly still, letting the words sink in. I had won not just legally, but in the only way that mattered. I had defended my grandmother's trust, preserved her legacy, and exposed my family's lies for what they were. Across the aisle, the fallout began instantly. My mother's face twisted, the mask of composure shattering as she hissed, "No, this can't be. This isn't fair." She clutched at my father's arm, her voice rising until the bailiff had to approach, warning her to calm down. My father sat rigid, his lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. His eyes bored into me, but there was no triumph left in them, only rage. Quiet, simmering rage, the rage of a man who had lost control. Claire buried her face in her hands, sobbing loudly, her tears no longer a performance, but real this time. "What about me? What am I supposed to do?" she cried, her voice breaking. But it was Matthew who fell the hardest. He stood abruptly, knocking his chair back, his voice cracking as he shouted, "This is a lie. All of it. He manipulated everything. He must have hacked something." His words stumbled over themselves, incoherent, panicked. He was unraveling in front of everyone. The golden boy stripped bare. The judge slammed the gavel again. "Order in the court. Sit down, Mr. Hayes, or you will be held in contempt." Matthew froze, his chest heaving before sinking back into his chair. His face pale, his hands trembling. And me? I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. The truth had spoken for me. As we left the courtroom, the reporters swarmed. Microphones thrust forward, questions shouted. "Lucas, how does it feel to win? Lucas, what do you have to say about the forged emails? Do you plan to press charges against your family?" I didn't answer. I just walked calmly through the crowd, the sunlight spilling over me as the cameras flashed. Behind me, I heard the chaos of my family's exit, the shouts, the sobs, the desperate attempts to cover their disgrace. But their voices were drowned out by the roar of the crowd, by the truth that had already taken root. In the weeks that followed, the consequences came swift and merciless. The forged emails weren't just a courtroom embarrassment. They were a crime. Raj's report was handed to investigators, and soon Matthew found himself under official scrutiny. The Golden Boy's name appeared in headlines, not for promotions or achievements, but for fraud and forgery. The whispers about his promotion that never existed resurfaced, and this time people connected the dots. His reputation collapsed overnight. My mother and father tried to retreat quietly, but the stain was permanent. The whispers in their social circles grew louder about the lies, the courtroom theatrics, the attempt to frame their own son. Invitations dwindled. The respect they had clung to for decades evaporated. And Claire discovered quickly that crocodile tears didn't pay bills. She had counted on the estate to fund her plans, her lifestyle, her safety net. With nothing coming her way, she was left adrift. I didn't gloat. I didn't call or write to rub salt in the wound. I simply moved forward. I expanded my business, invested in the estate, and opened the old house to the community, just as my grandmother had always dreamed. Her garden bloomed again, vibrant and alive, a living memory of the afternoons we'd spent together. Sometimes I'd sit there with a cup of tea, looking out over the flowers and think about everything that had happened. The lies, the betrayal, the courtroom battles, and I'd hear her voice again, as clear as if she were beside me. One day, they'll see who you really are. She was right. The last time I saw my parents, it was by chance. I was walking out of a meeting downtown when I spotted them across the street. They saw me too. For a moment, none of us moved. My mother's eyes narrowed. My father's jaw tightened. But neither of them spoke. They just turned and walked away, their shoulders hunched, their steps slower than I remembered. I stood there watching them disappear into the crowd, and I felt nothing. No anger, no bitterness, just release. Because they had spent their whole lives trying to convince me I was nothing. And in the end, they had destroyed themselves trying to prove it. As I walked away, the sun breaking through the clouds overhead, I whispered the words that had carried me through every moment of darkness. Don't let them define you. And I never did. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name is Adrian. I'm 27. And if you had asked me a year ago, I would have said my family wasn't perfect, but they were at least dependable. You know, the kind of family that might argue over holidays or whisper little criticisms behind your back. But when something truly serious happened, they'd show up. I believed that until the night I was rushed into surgery and realized how wrong I was. It started on an ordinary Tuesday. I'd been feeling off for a while. Dull stomach pains that I brushed off as stress or maybe bad takeout. I worked long hours, didn't always sleep enough, and figured my body was just reminding me I wasn't invincible. That night, though, the pain hit like a truck. It doubled me over in my tiny apartment kitchen, sharp enough that I couldn't even stand. I called for an ambulance. More panic than I've ever been in my life, clutching my stomach while I tried to remember to breathe. The last thing I thought before the EMTs loaded me into the back was, at least Mom and Dad will come. At least I won't be alone. Surgery wasn't optional. The doctors explained something about an obstruction and internal bleeding, words that blurred together under the haze of morphine. I was terrified, but I held on to the idea that my family would be waiting for me when I came out. My parents, my sister, maybe even a cousin or two. They'd drop everything. I mean, who wouldn't, right? When your kid, your sibling, your blood is rushed into surgery, you go. Except they didn't. When I woke up hours later in the recovery room, groggy and dry-mouthed, the first thing I reached for was my phone. Not a single missed call before surgery. Not a single text asking if I was okay. My chest tightened, not from the stitches, but from this heavy, sinking realization. I scrolled again, half convinced I was too drugged to see properly. Nothing. Just silence. It wasn't until the next morning that the flood began. My phone buzzed nonstop. 89 missed calls, mostly from my mom, and one long text that simply read, "We need to talk urgently." Urgently, as if she'd been wringing her hands all night, worried sick. But where had she been when I was on that operating table? Where had anyone been? I pieced it together slowly through social media. While I was under anesthesia, my entire family, parents, sister, aunts, uncles, even my grandparents, had been at my cousin Damien's birthday party. There were photos of them laughing around a cake, drinks in hand, balloons everywhere. My dad had his arm around Damien, both of them holding up a glass like he was the proudest man alive. My mom had even commented on one of the pictures. Family first. Always. Family first. The words hit me like ice water. I remember lying there in the hospital bed, stitches pulling with every movement, staring at those photos. My phone beeped softly beside me. I wasn't crying. Not exactly. It was something worse. A kind of numbness that settled in my chest like a door closing. They hadn't even checked in until after the party was over. And even then, it wasn't concern that filled their messages. It was guilt poorly disguised as urgency. The nurse came in around noon with a small smile, asking if anyone was coming to see me. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. My family hadn't shown not one. She gave me this gentle look, like she understood more than I said, and told me not to worry, that some people just didn't know how to handle emergencies. But I knew better. They hadn't come because they chose not to. They had decided Damien's birthday was more important than me being cut open on a table. That was the first time I let myself replay all the little things I'd brushed off for years. The time my parents left me stranded after prom because my sister wanted to go to a party instead. The way my achievements, graduating, getting my first job, were always overshadowed by Damien's endless accomplishments. How my mom once told me flat out, "You'll never shine the way he does, but that's okay. You don't need to." I'd swallowed that down, telling myself I was overthinking, that I just needed to toughen up. But now, lying in that hospital bed, I couldn't ignore the truth anymore. I wasn't a priority to them. I never had been. And yet, that flood of missed calls and messages kept coming. By the time I was strong enough to sit up, my phone was full of desperate little pleas. "Call us back, Adrian. This isn't how family works. Don't be dramatic. We love you." The audacity of it made my hands shake. They hadn't come when it mattered. They hadn't even sent flowers. But now they wanted to talk urgently, as if I owed them something. That was the moment the anger started to bloom, hot and steady, under the numbness. I didn't know it then, but that anger would carry me through the weeks that followed. It would sharpen into something colder, more deliberate. Because if they thought they could abandon me in my most vulnerable moment and then sweep it under the rug with a few frantic messages, they were sorely mistaken. And the funny thing, they had no idea what was coming. I didn't respond to any of their messages for the first few days. I lay in that sterile hospital room, eating bland soup and jello, scrolling through their social media updates, while I sat with stitches running across my abdomen, struggling to walk to the bathroom without wincing. My parents were posting photos of the best family night ever with Damien and his friends. My sister even wrote a caption under one picture. "We always show up for each other. That's what family means." I nearly dropped my phone when I read it. Show up for each other. I was in the hospital bed, stitched up like a broken toy, and apparently, I didn't count. The hospital discharged me a week later. No one came to pick me up. The nurse wheeled me to the entrance where I awkwardly climbed into an Uber, clutching my bag against the tug of stitches. As we pulled out of the hospital, I wondered if maybe I'd walk into my apartment and find flowers on the counter or food left in the fridge. But there was nothing. No note, no gesture, just the same silence that had followed me all week. 2 days after I got home, Mom finally showed up unannounced. I heard the key twist in the lock. She still had a spare from when I moved in years ago. The door swung open and there she was, holding a grocery bag of fruit, as if that erased everything. She looked me up and down, her eyes darting to the healing line under my shirt. "Adrian," she said with this sigh that sounded more inconvenient than concerned. "You should have told us how serious it was. We thought it was something minor. Do you know how guilty we all feel?" I stared at her. I was rushed into emergency surgery. How much more serious could it be? She waved her hand like I was exaggerating. Honey, we had already promised Damien we'd be there for his birthday. You know how important that was to him. We didn't want him to feel abandoned on his big day. That word, abandoned, made my jaw tighten. I wanted to laugh, but the pain in my stomach wouldn't let me. So, you abandoned me instead? She frowned, setting the fruit on the counter as if to change the subject. You're being harsh. We've always done our best for you. But Damien, he needs us. You know how fragile he is. You're strong. You can handle things on your own. Strong. That word had always been their excuse. When my sister needed tuition help, they scrambled to cover it, calling her delicate. When Damien crashed his car last year, they rallied around him, saying he was going through a tough time. But me? I was always strong, which really meant we don't have to try. I didn't say much after that. I just nodded, let her ramble about how much family unity mattered, and then watched her leave like nothing had happened. A few days later, the calls started again. This time, it was my dad. His tone was less apologetic, more commanding. Adrian, you need to stop making this into a big deal. Everyone is upset you're ignoring them. Damien especially. He thinks you're holding a grudge over nothing. He said he tried to call you the night of the surgery, but you didn't pick up. I gripped the phone tighter. I was under anesthesia, Dad. He chuckled like I'd made a joke. Still, you could have texted before going in just to let everyone know it was life or death. Otherwise, how were we supposed to know? That was the moment I realized this wasn't guilt. It was damage control. They weren't sorry for missing my surgery. They were sorry I wasn't playing along with the story they wanted to tell. The next family gathering drove that point home. They insisted I come, saying it would heal the rift. Against my better judgment, I went. I wanted to see if maybe, just maybe, they'd acknowledge what happened. But the second I walked in, Damien was front and center, bragging about how everyone came together for his birthday. Best night of my life, he said, clapping my dad on the shoulder. Family always has my back. I stood there quiet while my mom passed me a plate like I was a guest instead of her son. Nobody asked about my recovery. Nobody mentioned the hospital. Instead, my aunt leaned over and whispered, "Don't sulk, Adrian. It was just bad timing." Damien's party was planned months in advance. I swallowed every bitter word I wanted to say and sat there nodding politely, like I hadn't almost died alone while they ate cake. But inside, something was shifting. The anger that had started in that hospital bed was hardening into something else. A determination, a cold clarity. Because if they couldn't see what they'd done, if they really thought I was just going to forget it, then they had no idea who I really was. And sooner or later, they were going to find out. 2 weeks after that family gathering, I thought maybe, just maybe, I could start to put some distance between myself and the whole ordeal. My stitches were healing, I was able to walk around without wincing too much, and I was finally back at work part-time. I figured if I kept my head down and focused on myself, the storm would pass. But then came the betrayal that made everything crystal clear. There was no moving on, not with them. Started on a Wednesday evening. I had just gotten home from work, still in my uniform, when my phone buzzed with a notification. It wasn't a call or a text. It was a bank alert. Unusual activity detected. My stomach dropped. I opened the app and, sure enough, over $4,000 had been withdrawn in a single day. Plane tickets, hotel reservations, luxury restaurant charges, all booked under Damien's name. At first, I thought it had to be fraud. I mean, no one in their right mind would use my card without asking, right? But then I remembered my mom still had my spare card, the one I'd given her years ago when I moved out in case of emergencies. I'd never asked for it back because I figured she'd never use it without telling me. My chest tightened as the reality sank in. They had gone into my account without permission while I was still recovering. I called Mom immediately. She answered on the second ring, her voice casual, like nothing was wrong. "Oh good, you're finally calling us back. I was starting to think you'd cut us off completely. Why is Damien using my card?" I asked, my voice flat. There was a pause, then a dismissive laugh. "Oh, Adrian, don't make such a fuss. Damien had an opportunity to travel with some friends and his account was overdrawn. We thought you wouldn't mind helping out for family. You've always been so independent. My grip on the phone tightened. Helping out? For $1,000 is not helping out. You stole from me. She gasped like I had insulted her. Don't say it like that. We were going to tell you eventually. You make enough to spare. And Damien really needed this. It's his last chance to go on this kind of trip before he settles down. You wouldn't understand. My throat went dry. I was in the hospital a week ago. Alone? And you thought it was fine to drain my account so Damien could party? Her voice hardened. That sharp tone I remembered from childhood when she wanted me to feel ashamed. Adrian, don't twist this. You should be grateful we trust you enough to contribute when the family needs it. Damien has always been there for us. It's time you learn to do the same. I hung up before I could say something I'd regret, my heart pounding so hard it hurt, but the betrayal didn't stop there. That weekend, I got another notification. My father had transferred money from the joint emergency account we'd set up years ago just in case something happened to them. He and my mom had promised never to touch it without consulting me. And yet, half of it was gone. When I confronted him, he brushed it off with the same line. Family first. You're strong enough to rebuild. It wasn't just the money. It was the principle. They had left me to face surgery alone, then turned around and treated me like a walking wallet, as if my survival had no value except for what I could provide to Damien's comfort. The final straw came at Sunday dinner. I hadn't planned to go, but my sister texted that it's time I stopped sulking. Against my better judgment, I went, telling myself I'd get answers face to face. The table was loud with chatter when I walked in. Damien sat at the head, grinning as he scrolled through photos from his trip. Photos that my money had paid for. He waved his phone around, showing off fancy meals, a yacht, laughing friends. Man, this was the best week of my life. Couldn't have done it without family. He looked straight at me when he said it. Everyone clapped and cheered like he had achieved something incredible. My mother even added, "See, Adrian, this is what family sacrifice is about. We all help each other." I stared at them, my fork frozen in my hand. Not one word about my surgery. Not one word about the fact that they had stolen from me. Just applause for Damien, who had turned my money into his victory lap. That was the moment something inside me broke. It wasn't just anger anymore. It was clarity. They weren't going to change. They had chosen their golden boy, and I was nothing but a convenient afterthought, someone to use when it suited them. I smiled tightly through dinner, nodding at their empty words. But inside, I made a promise to myself. If they thought I was going to keep playing this role, the strong one, the disposable one, they were in for a surprise. And that was the night I began quietly planning. After that dinner, I left my parents' house with a hollow feeling in my chest. I remember the sound of their laughter echoing behind me as I closed the door. A sound that used to feel comforting, but now felt like knives pressed against my ribs. It was the sound of a family united, but not with me. Against me. The Uber ride back to my apartment was silent, except for the dull hum of the engine. I stared out the window at the blur of streetlights, my reflection faint in the glass. I barely recognized myself. My body still hurt every time I moved too quickly, and my finances, already stretched thin from medical bills, had been gutted by my own family. Worse than the physical pain or the money, though, was the loneliness. I had always believed, deep down, that even if they didn't understand me, my parents loved me. That belief had been the last thread tying me to them, and it had finally snapped. The weeks that followed were some of the hardest of my life. My body healed slowly, but emotionally I was crumbling. At work, I kept my head down, forcing a smile for customers while my inside screamed. At home, I lay awake at night, staring at the ceiling, replaying every betrayal. My father's chuckle on the phone, Damien's smug grin, my mother's sharp tone. I realized I hadn't just been abandoned during my surgery. They had abandoned me long before that. I just hadn't wanted to see it. Bills started piling up faster than I could keep up. My savings, which had taken years to build, were drained. When the credit card statements rolled in, I felt sick. The charges weren't mine, but legally the debt was. I contacted the bank, explained what had happened, even filed a fraud claim, but the investigation was slow, and in the meantime, collectors wanted their money. I had to pick up extra shifts just to stay afloat, all while my body screamed at me for pushing too hard too soon after surgery. There was one night that sticks out in particular. I was sitting on the floor of my apartment because I couldn't afford a proper couch yet. Most of my savings had gone into trying to build a future one step at a time. I was eating instant noodles, my stitches aching, when my phone buzzed. It was Damien. A photo of him in front of a casino holding a stack of chips, captioned, "Living the dream. My money, my sacrifices, his dream." I didn't reply. I just set the phone down and stared at the noodles until they went cold. That was my rock bottom. The realization that no matter how much I gave, they would keep taking until there was nothing left. And yet, in that pit of despair, something small began to stir. A seed of resolve. If they thought I was weak, if they thought I was too strong to need help, but not strong enough to fight back, they were wrong. I started to think about the details. They never paid attention to the spare key. My mom still had the accounts. My dad thought I didn't know about the little secrets Damien bragged about when he'd had too much to drink. I started writing things down, piecing together patterns, keeping receipts, literal and figurative. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do yet, but I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't going to keep being their scapegoat, their wallet, or their forgotten son. I was going to bide my time, gather my strength, and when the moment came, I would make them see me not as the strong one they could lean on, but as someone they never should have underestimated. And so I smiled through my pain, nodded through their guilt-ridden texts, and played the part they expected. But inside, in the quiet, I was already walking away from them, step by step. The shift didn't happen overnight. At first, it was small, almost invisible. I started by reclaiming what was mine. I called the bank again, this time refusing to back down when they gave me the same scripted responses about processing times. I asked to speak to supervisors, filed complaints, and sent every piece of documentation I had. I kept a binder filled with evidence, statements, screenshots of Damien's posts, records of the withdrawals. I learned quickly that persistence was its own kind of weapon. And for the first time in weeks, I felt like I had a sliver of control. At work, things began to change, too. My manager noticed how I handled the extra shifts without complaint, even when I was clearly tired. Instead of pity, she offered me an opportunity. Training for a supervisory role. The raise wasn't massive, but it was enough to remind me that I didn't have to depend on anyone else. Each paycheck that went directly toward repairing the damage felt like another stone laid in the foundation of my independence. Slowly, the financial hole began to close. I cut out everything unnecessary, lived simply, and poured every spare dollar into rebuilding. It was grueling, but it was also freeing. I realized that the less I needed from my family, the less power they had over me. Every time I watched the balance in my account grow, I felt a sense of strength they could never take. And beyond money, something deeper was shifting. My phone would buzz with their calls, their guilt-laced messages, but I stopped responding. The silence gave me room to breathe. And in that quiet, I rediscovered parts of myself I hadn't paid attention to in years. I started running in the mornings, just short distances at first, then longer. As my body healed, I read books I'd always put off. I joined a small local group for young professionals, something I would have been too nervous to try before, and found myself surrounded by people who actually listened when I spoke. The more I invested in myself, the more their absence stopped feeling like a wound and started feeling like relief. I no longer had to brace myself for their manipulations, their favoritism, or the endless comparisons to Damien. I wasn't the strong one anymore. I was simply myself, and that was enough. Then an opportunity came that changed everything. A colleague introduced me to someone starting a new business venture, and they needed someone organized, persistent, and detail-oriented to help manage operations. I hesitated at first. I was still clawing my way out of debt, but something inside told me to take the leap. I did. It was hard work, the kind that left me exhausted, but fulfilled. For the first time, my efforts weren't being overshadowed by someone else's needs or dismissed as expected. I was recognized, valued, Within 6 months, the venture was turning a profit, and I was holding equity in something that had real potential. My name was on the paperwork, my contributions were acknowledged, and the financial stability I'd lost was returning faster than I'd dared to hope. Meanwhile, my family still thought I was barely scraping by. The few times I ran into them, they made snide comments about me working too much or living small. Damien especially would smirk and say things like, "Not everyone is cut out for the big life." "Huh, cousin?" I smiled, nodded, and let him believe it, because the less they knew, the more power I had. By the end of that year, I was stronger, financially, emotionally, and mentally, than I had ever been. I had carved out a life without them, one brick at a time. And with every step forward, I felt the weight of their betrayal lifting. But here's the thing. Just because I was moving on didn't mean I'd forgotten. No, the anger that had burned in me that night at dinner had never gone out. It had simply transformed from raw pain into something sharper, steadier, patience. And when the moment came, and I knew it would, I'd be ready. It was almost eerie how naturally the pieces started falling into place, like fate was nudging me towards something I hadn't dared to envision before. By the time a year had passed since my surgery, my life looked nothing like the hollow, desperate months that followed my discharge. I was thriving, still modest by most standards, but for me it felt like climbing out of a pit and standing on solid ground for the first time. And that's when the information, the leverage I hadn't even been searching for, began to reveal itself. It started with Damien, of course. He'd always been the loud one, the showboat, bragging about deals he had in the works, money he didn't actually have, women he thought adored him. At a mutual acquaintances get-together, someone from high school I hadn't seen in years, Damien's name came up. Apparently, he had been boasting about a startup investment he was running, promising insane returns if people bought in. My acquaintance rolled his eyes and muttered, "It's basically a pyramid scheme. Half the guys who gave him money are already asking questions." I didn't react, just listened, nodding casually. But inside, my mind was racing. If Damien was scamming people, it wasn't just arrogance anymore. It was dangerous. And if it came crashing down, which it would, my family's blind support for him would turn into their biggest liability. The second piece of leverage came from my father. I was digging through some old files one evening, organizing my documents now that I was taking better care of my finances, when I stumbled across paperwork from the emergency fund account he had raided. Buried in the fine print was a detail I hadn't noticed before. My name wasn't just on the account. I had full legal rights to review, withdraw, and audit it. And as I started going over the statements, I saw patterns. Money moved around, withdrawn in odd amounts, sometimes deposited into what looked like my parents' personal ventures. That night, I realized something crucial. They weren't just careless with my trust. They were careless with their own paper trail. If I wanted to, I could map out exactly where every dollar had gone. And more importantly, when the final piece came, oddly enough, from my mother. She called one afternoon, the kind of call I almost ignored out of habit. But curiosity got the better of me, and I picked up. Her tone was sugar-sweet, but beneath it, I caught the strain. "Adrian, dear, you should come to the reunion this year. Everyone will be there. Damien especially. He wants to share his success with the whole family. You wouldn't want to miss it, would you?" I asked why she was pushing so hard, and that's when she slipped. "It's important people see us united. There are rumors. Some people don't understand Damien's business, and we don't want anyone thinking less of our family." There it was. Fear. Not of me, not of what they'd done, but of appearances, of reputation. For years, I had been the expendable one, the scapegoat. But now, unknowingly, they were handing me the greatest advantage I could have asked for. Their desperation to keep up the image of perfection. I hung up that call with a calmness I hadn't felt in months. My body no longer ached from surgery. My finances were stable. My position in the new business venture was growing stronger by the day. And now I had 3 undeniable truths: Damien's fraud, my father's sloppy financial trail, and my mother's obsession with appearances. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became. They had built their lives on a foundation of favoritism, manipulation, and lies. and all it would take was the right push at the right time to send the whole thing crumbling down. And I, quiet, overlooked, underestimated me, was standing in the perfect position to give that push. The night of the family reunion, I arrived later than usual. Not late enough to seem disrespectful, but late enough to ensure every eye in the room turned when I walked through the doors. The event was held at a rented banquet hall, polished floors reflecting golden chandeliers, a small stage at the front where speeches were already underway. My mother had insisted on this year's gathering being special. I knew why. She wanted to bury the whispers, the doubts creeping through the extended family about Damien's ventures. The moment I walked in, I caught sight of him. Damien stood at the center of the crowd, a glass in one hand and his other arm wrapped around my father's shoulder. His suit looked too expensive for someone who had always lived off the kindness or stupidity of others. He was grinning wide, teeth gleaming under the lights as he boasted about his expanding enterprise. "And with family always behind me," he said, raising his glass. "Success is inevitable." The crowd applauded. My parents glowed with pride. My sister rolled her eyes, but even she smiled like she was proud to be connected to him. I stood at the back for a moment, letting the scene settle in my chest. The same people who had left me to lie alone in a hospital bed were now applauding the man who had stolen from me and others, convinced he was the crown jewel of the family. I didn't rush. Revenge, after all, is sweetest when savored. I waited until after dinner when the room was buzzing with chatter before I approached my mother. She looked startled to see me, then quickly masked it with a smile. "Adrian, darling, so glad you came. See, we're all together again. Isn't this wonderful?" "Wonderful," I repeated softly, my gaze drifting to Damien. "Mind if I say a few words?" Her face tightened. "Oh, maybe later, dear." Damien prepared something, but I was already walking toward the stage. Conversations quieted as I climbed the steps. Damien's smug grin faltered for the first time, suspicion flickering in his eyes. I took the microphone, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make people shift in their seats. "I won't take much of your time," I began, voice steady. "I just wanted to thank everyone for being here tonight. Family gatherings are important. They remind us who we can depend on when life takes unexpected turns." A few polite nods. My mother clasped her hands together tightly. "Some of you might know," I continued, "that not too long ago, I had to undergo emergency surgery. It was life-threatening. And while I lay in a hospital bed recovering, this family," I paused, scanning the room, "chose to celebrate Damien's birthday instead. Not one of them came to see me." A ripple went through the crowd. I saw my aunt stiffen, my grandmother frown. My mother's smile froze in place. "But that's not the point," I said quickly, raising a hand before anyone could interrupt. "The point is that sometimes the ones you expect to stand by you don't. And sometimes the ones you least expect are the ones who see the truth. Like the people Damien has been doing business with." The room shifted uneasily. Damien's eyes narrowed. "Adrian, don't," he muttered under his breath, but the microphone caught it. I smiled, calm, patient. "See, I've been keeping records. And while my family was too busy applauding Damien's supposed success, I discovered where some of that money really came from. Bank transfers, withdrawals from accounts that weren't his, even my own card used without permission. And then there are the investors, people in this very community who handed Damien their trust and their savings only to be met with lies." Gasps, murmurs. My father stepped forward, his face red. "That's enough, Adrian. This is not the place." "On the contrary," I said, my voice sharp but calm. "This is exactly the place because this family prides itself on appearances, on pretending we're united. But unity built on fraud and favoritism isn't family. It's a con." The room erupted in whispers. Damien's mask cracked, his grin gone, replaced by a snarl. "You think you can ruin me with your little stories?" I pulled out the folder I'd brought, thick with printed statements, screenshots, and documents. I placed it on the table in front of me. "Not stories. Proof enough to end your scheme before it destroys anyone else. And don't worry, I've already made copies. This isn't going away." My mother rushed forward then, her voice trembling. "Adrian, please, let's not do this here. We can talk privately." But the whispers had turned into voices, accusations already being thrown Damien's way. One of the men at the table stood up, his face pale. "You told me my money was safe. I gave you everything." Another followed, shouting, "Is this true?" The room descended into chaos, and I stepped down from the stage, my heart hammering, but my face serene. My mother reached for me as I passed, but I pulled away. For the first time in my life, I wasn't the one being overlooked. They all saw me now, not as the expendable son, but as the one who shattered their illusion. And as Damien floundered in the storm of his own making, I walked calmly to the exit, the noise of their outrage fading behind me. But that was only the beginning, because revenge isn't just about exposing the truth. It's about making sure they feel the weight of what they did every single day afterward. The aftermath unfolded quicker than I could have imagined. Within a week of the reunion, Damien's entire scheme collapsed. The investors I'd quietly contacted beforehand, neighbors, cousins, even a family friend who had been pouring savings into his startup, filed formal complaints. By the end of the month, authorities were involved. Damien was dragged into hearings, squirming under questions he couldn't talk his way out of. His grin, that ever-present shield of arrogance, was gone. In its place was a pale, desperate man trying to salvage scraps from a crumbling empire. My father, once so proud of Damien, tried to shield him at first. He insisted to anyone who would listen that Damien had been misunderstood, that I had twisted the truth. But then investigators found traces of my father's own involvement. Money shifted from the emergency account into Damien's ventures. The paper trail was undeniable. Suddenly, Dad was no longer the stern patriarch, but a man cornered by his own negligence. His reputation in the community, once solid and respected, began to fracture. My mother, perhaps the most tragic figure in all of it, clung to denial. She called me in the days following, her voice shaking, begging me to take it back, as if truth was something I could erase with a simple apology. "You've humiliated us, Adrian," she whispered once, her voice raw. "Do you know what people are saying about our family?" I wanted to tell her what I'd screamed inside that hospital bed a year ago, alone. "Where were you when I needed you?" But I didn't. I only said, "Now you know what it feels like." Word spread beyond family. Damien's name became poison in our town. The same relatives who once praised him now avoided him entirely. Friends who had toasted him at his birthday wouldn't answer his calls. He'd lost everything. His investors, his reputation, even the hollow sense of superiority he'd built his life around. As for my parents, their social circle shrank overnight. Invitations dried up. People whispered about the golden family that had covered for a fraud. For the first time, they couldn't hide behind appearances. And every time they looked at me, they saw the one who had pulled the curtain down. And me? My life moved forward. The business venture I had invested in continued to grow steadily and surely. I no longer lived in fear of the next betrayal or the next blow to my bank account. My days were full. Work I cared about, friends who valued me, a peace I hadn't thought possible. The last time I saw Damien was in court. He spotted me across the room, his eyes bloodshot, his face gaunt. For a moment, he looked at me the way he used to, like I was the weaker cousin, the one to be pitied or mocked. But then his gaze flickered to the folder in my hands, the records, the proof that had unraveled his empire, and he dropped his eyes. He couldn't hold my stare. That was the moment I knew it was finished. Because revenge isn't loud. It isn't a scream or a fight. Sometimes it's simply standing tall when those who hurt you are brought low by their own choices. Sometimes it's walking away with your head high, knowing the people who once underestimated you will never forget what you did. And as I stepped out of that courthouse into the cool air, I finally felt the weight lift. They had left me to face death alone, but I had come back stronger than they could ever imagine. They wanted me invisible. Instead, I became unforgettable. Now on to the next story. Story 6. I never thought my own family would betray me like this. I always believed that, no matter what, they would be fair. that they would at least respect me. But I was wrong, so wronged. It all started when my parents decided to expand their business. They own a small family-run company, and for as long as I can remember, they talked about turning it into something bigger. My sister and I grew up hearing about their dreams, how one day we could take over and make it even more successful. When I graduated, they offered me a position in the company. It wasn't a high-paying role, but I didn't care. I was excited to contribute, to prove myself. My sister, who was a few years older, had already been working there for some time, and from what I could tell, she was doing well. She had a nice car, moved into a fancy apartment, and never seemed to struggle financially. I assumed she was getting paid well, but I never thought to ask. After all, why would I? I was focused on working hard and earning my place in the company. That was my mistake, assuming everyone was being treated fairly. For months, I dedicated myself to the business. Late nights, early mornings, weekends spent handling extra tasks. I went above and beyond because I thought I was building something that would eventually be mine, too. But then, one day, I overheard something that made my stomach drop. My sister was talking on the phone, laughing, saying something about a huge payment she had just received. I remember the exact words. "Yeah, Mom and Dad just sent it over. Crazy, right? So much for struggling at work." Huh. I froze. Payment? What payment? I brushed it off at first, thinking maybe it was a bonus or something. But something about the way she said it didn't sit right with me. So, later that night, I decided to ask my parents about it. I wasn't expecting a confrontation. I wasn't even mad at that point. I just wanted to understand. But when I asked them, my mother scoffed, shaking her head like I had said something ridiculous. "Your family," she said, as if that explained everything. "Family doesn't work for money. We all help each other out. That's just how it is." I stared at her, completely speechless. If working for free was normal, why was my sister getting paid? And that's when I heard a ding, the sound of a notification. My sister smirked, glancing at her phone. My heart pounded as she turned the screen toward me just enough for me to see the message. A large payment had just been deposited into her account. I swallowed hard. "Maybe you're just not worth paying," she said mockingly, her smirk widening. Something inside me snapped. I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I didn't demand an explanation. I just closed my phone, turned around, and walked away. But what happened next? Well, that's where things get really interesting. I walked straight to my room, my mind racing. How could they do this to me? After everything I had done for the company, late nights, early mornings, extra hours, I was nothing more than free labor to them. And my sister? She knew about it. She enjoyed it. That smirk on her face wasn't just arrogance. It was satisfaction. I sat on my bed, staring at my phone. I wanted to scream, to confront them, to demand answers. But what was the point? They had already made up their minds. I spent the next few days in a fog. I still showed up to work, but my heart wasn't in it. Every time I saw my parents, all I could hear was my mother's dismissive laugh. Every time I saw my sister, I imagined that payment notification flashing on her screen. Then, one night, I made a decision. I was done. I wasn't going to waste another second working for people who didn't respect me. If I wasn't worth paying, then I wasn't worth staying. The next morning, I walked into the office, went straight to my dad's desk, and handed him my resignation. He barely looked up from his computer. "Don't be dramatic," he muttered. I stood my ground. "I'm not. I'm leaving." He sighed, finally turning to face me. "Where are you even going to go? You don't have another job lined up. You don't have a plan." And he was right, I didn't. But I would. I gave them one last glance, then walked out the door. I didn't even take my personal things. I just left. And for the first time in a long time, I felt free. But what I didn't realize was that my departure would set off a chain of events that none of us saw coming. For the first few days, I felt lost. I had no job, no income, and no real plan. But strangely, I didn't regret leaving. If anything, I felt relieved, like I had finally taken control of my own life instead of being a pawn in someone else's game. I spent the next week applying for jobs, updating my resume, and figuring out my next steps. I didn't talk to my family at all. Not a single call, not a single text, and they didn't reach out either. At first, that hurt, but then I realized, if they didn't care enough to check on me, why should I care about them? Then, something unexpected happened. Late one night, I got a message from an old colleague, someone who had briefly worked at my parents' company before quitting out of frustration. "Hey, I heard you left. Good for you. By the way, you might want to check the company's finances. Something weird is going on." I frowned. Weird how? Just look into it. Trust me. I had no idea what they were talking about, but my curiosity got the best of me. I still had access to some of the company's financial records. My parents had never bothered revoking my login. So, out of sheer curiosity, I decided to take a look. What I found made my blood run cold. There were massive payments going out, way more than what my sister should have been getting. Not just her salary, but bonus after bonus, all marked under vague descriptions like consulting fees and special allowances. But that wasn't even the worst part. Some of the transactions were under my name, payments that I never received, money that should have been mine but had clearly been funneled elsewhere. And if I was right about where it was going, then my parents weren't just being unfair. They were stealing from me. I sat there staring at the screen, my heart pounding. This wasn't just favoritism. This wasn't just my parents refusing to pay me. This was straight-up fraud. They had been using my name to move money. Money that was never actually deposited into my account. And judging by the dates, this had been happening for months, maybe even years. I took a deep breath and scrolled further. The transactions all led back to one account. An account that, unsurprisingly, belonged to my sister. All those fancy things she had, the car, the apartment, the expensive vacations, they weren't just from her salary. They were partially paid for with money that was supposed to be mine. I felt sick. I wanted to storm into that office and confront them. I wanted to scream, to demand answers, but I knew better. If they were willing to steal from me, there was no telling how far they'd go to cover it up. So instead, I took screenshots, every transaction, every fraudulent payment. I backed up everything onto a private drive and even sent copies to a trusted friend, just in case something happened to my files. Then I sat back and thought. I had two options. One, I could confront them directly, but they would just deny it, twist the story, and make it seem like I was overreacting. Two, I could hit them where it really hurt, their reputation, their business, their money. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just about getting back what was mine. It was about making them pay. So I made a plan, and when the time came, they never saw it coming. I spent the next few days preparing carefully. First, I contacted an accountant I knew, a former employee of my parents' company who had left on bad terms. I showed them everything I had found. Their reaction? Pure shock. "This is serious," they said. "If they're moving money under your name without your consent, that's fraud. And if they're using company funds for personal expenses, that could be embezzlement." That was exactly what I needed to hear. Next, I reached out to a lawyer. I explained everything, showed them the records, and asked what my options were. Their response was even better. "You have a solid case. If you take legal action, you could recover the stolen money and possibly even take down the company." That's when I knew I wasn't just going to expose them. I was going to destroy them. But before I made my move, I wanted to do one last thing. I wanted to see if they would admit to it. So I arranged a casual visit home, my first time seeing them since I had quit. When I walked through the door, my mom barely looked up from her phone. My dad just nodded. And my sister? She had that same smug expression she always wore, like she had one. I sat down at the dining table, cleared my throat, and said as casually as I could, "So, I've been going through my finances. Found something interesting." My mom raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah," I said, leaning forward. "Apparently, I've been getting paid this whole time, except I never saw a cent of it. Weird, right?" Silence. Dumbfounded. Dad's expression didn't change, but I saw his jaw tighten. My mom shifted slightly in her chair, and my sister, she was suddenly very interested in her phone. That was all the confirmation I needed. I let the silence drag out before finally standing up. "Anyway, just thought I'd mention it. I'm sure the authorities will find it just as interesting as I did." My mom's head snapped up. What? I smiled. Oh, didn't I mention? I spoke to a lawyer and an accountant and well, let's just say things are about to get very interesting. Then I turned and walked out, and that was when everything truly started to fall apart. I didn't look back as I walked out of that house, but I knew I just set a fire that couldn't be put out. The first sign of panic came that very night. My phone buzzed repeatedly. Calls from my mom, my dad, even my sister. I didn't answer a single one. Then came the texts. Mom, we need to talk. Don't do anything stupid. Dad, let's be reasonable about this. Family issues shouldn't be handled this way. Sister, you're being dramatic. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. They had been stealing from me, using me like free labor, and funneling my money into my sister's account. Now that I was standing up for myself, they wanted to play the family card? Too late for that. The next morning, I met with my lawyer again. I officially filed a lawsuit against my parents' company for fraud and financial misconduct. My lawyer assured me that with the evidence I had, they wouldn't just have to pay me back. They could face serious legal trouble. And I wasn't the only one who had issues with them. I started reaching out to old employees, people who had left the company because of shady practices. It didn't take long to find others who had been underpaid, overworked, or even scammed by my parents. Words started spreading. Then came the real explosion. A week later, an anonymous whistleblower, not me, I swear, leaked the financial documents I had found. The information somehow made its way to a business watchdog website, and just like that, my parents' company was under public scrutiny. Clients started pulling out. Investors started backing away. The reputation my parents had spent years building, it was crumbling overnight. And my sister, her precious bank account, the one filled with money stolen from me, it was frozen. Then, just when I thought things couldn't get any worse for them, the authorities got involved. The investigation moved fast. Too fast for my parents to cover their tracks. One morning, I woke up to the news. My parents' company was officially being audited for financial fraud. And it got worse for them. Turns out the money funneled through my name wasn't the only shady thing they had done. As investigators dug deeper, more skeletons came tumbling out of their closet. Unreported income, tax evasion, misused company funds. It was a mess. And then one morning, my sister called me for the first time in weeks. I actually picked up. Are you happy now? She snapped. You ruined everything. I almost laughed. I ruined everything? You and Mom and Dad stole from me, lied to me, used me, and you think I'm the problem. It wasn't stealing. She shot back, her voice cracking. It was just rotating. They said you'd get it back eventually. I shook my head. Wow, you actually believe that? Silence. I let it hang for a moment before continuing, my voice calm. You had every opportunity to be better than them, but you chose to be just like them. And now you're facing the consequences. She didn't say another word before hanging up. That was the last time we spoke. But things didn't end there. A few weeks later, my lawyer called me with an update. Your parents' company is collapsing. With the lawsuits, the fines, and the lost clients, it won't survive much longer. And my money? I asked. They'll have to pay it back. Every last cent. I leaned back in my chair, exhaling slowly. I had won. They had spent years treating me like I was worthless, like I didn't deserve to be paid, like I was just free labor. And now they were the ones who had lost everything. I should have felt satisfied, triumphant even, but all I felt was free. Finally free. The real chaos began when my parents realized there was no way out. One evening, I got a call from my mother. I almost ignored it, but something in me wanted to hear what she had to say. The moment I answered, all I heard was sobbing. How could you do this to us? She wailed. We're your family. You're ruining us. I stayed silent, letting her cry, her voice breaking between gasps. Then my father took the phone. Unlike my mother, he wasn't crying. He was furious. You ungrateful brat, he spat. After everything we've done for you, you stab us in the back like this? I scoffed. After everything you did to me? We fed you. We gave you a home. And you repay us by tearing our business apart. That made me laugh bitterly. Oh, so now I owe you my entire life because you did the bare minimum as parents? My father was seething. Do you even realize what you've done? We might go bankrupt. We could lose our house. Your mother is sick with stress. She's been crying for days. She should have thought about that before stealing from me. I shot back. This is your fault, my father roared. You destroyed your own family over a little money. That was it. I snapped. A little money? You stole years of my pay. You used me to cover your tracks. You let my sister live like a queen while treating me like a servant. And now you want sympathy. My voice was shaking with rage, but I didn't stop. You chose this. You thought you could get away with it forever. And now that you're finally facing the consequences, you blame me? The line went dead, and I guess he couldn't handle the truth. But it wasn't over. A few days later, I got a text from my sister. Sister, I hope you're happy. Mom had a breakdown. She can barely eat. The company's going under. We're losing everything. But I guess that doesn't matter to you. Huh. I stared at the message, shaking my head. They still didn't get it. They thought this was my doing, that I was the villain. That I typed back, you had a choice. You could have treated me like family. Instead, you treated me like garbage. Enjoy the consequences. And I hit send. The final blow came a week later. My lawyer called me. It's official. The company is bankrupt. Your parents are being forced to sell their assets, and you'll be getting your money back. I nodded, taking it all in. I had won. A few days later, I drove past my parents' office. The building was empty. A for sale sign stuck in the dirt. My childhood home was also on the market. Everything they had built, the empire they had controlled, was gone. It didn't take long for the rumors to start spreading. Their once reputable company was now a cautionary tale of greed, deceit, and shattered family bonds. Clients who had trusted them for years were filing complaints. Employees who had been with the company for decades were getting settlements. And the press? They were all over it. The scandal made headlines, but it wasn't just the company that had fallen apart. The family was unraveling, too. Weeks passed, and I still couldn't bring myself to reach out to them. I knew it was over. There was no fixing what had been broken. Then, one afternoon, my phone buzzed again. It was my mother. This time, I answered. We've lost everything, you know? She said, her voice devoid of emotion. The house is gone, the company is gone. Your father, he's drinking more than ever. I don't know what to do anymore. I wasn't sure how to respond. Part of me wanted to say, good. But another part of me felt an unfamiliar twinge of guilt. What do you want me to say? I finally asked, my voice flat. We just need you to come back. Help us fix this. Please, we're family. Her voice cracked. I paused. The words were laced with desperation, but all I could think about was everything I had lost. The years spent working without pay, the broken promises, the way they had treated me like I was invisible, disposable. You had your chance to treat me like family, but you chose not to, I said coldly. You chose money over me, and now you're asking for my help? There was a long silence on the other end. I could hear her sniffling, trying to hold it together. Please, we're sorry. Your father is falling apart. He can't handle this. I bit my lip, staring at the floor. Maybe you should have thought about that before all of this started. You thought I was worthless. Well, now you know better. Her response was barely a whisper. You were never worthless, you're my child. But we were wrong. Please, I'm begging you. It was hard to hear her like this, broken, pleading. A part of me almost wanted to reach out, but the other part of me, the part that had been hurt, betrayed, and ignored, was too angry to forgive. I can't help you, I said finally. Not anymore. And with that, I hung up. Days passed, and the noise from my family slowly faded away. The calls stopped, the texts stopped. My parents had officially hit rock bottom, and there was nothing left for them to take from me anymore. I focused on rebuilding my own life, moving forward. I found peace in knowing that I'd taken control, and as much as it hurt to see them crumble, I knew I couldn't go back. The truth was, there was no fixing what had been broken. The damage they had caused was too deep, too ingrained. I had to keep moving forward, even if it meant leaving them behind. Now on to the next story. Story 7. Family didn't come to my child's birthday party because they are all sick, Dad said on the phone. I agreed, and we celebrated without them. Later, Sister posted a photo from vacation, family together. So I closed the joint account, and now they begged. My son's birthday fell on a Saturday that year. We'd been planning it for a while. Nothing fancy, just a backyard setup, a rented bounce house, a cake with dinosaurs on it, and enough balloons to make it feel special. He was turning 7, and he'd been counting down for weeks. Every night he asked if Grandma and Grandpa were coming, and of course I told him they were. I really believed they would. That morning we were still setting up when I called my dad. It was getting late. He picked up and said they couldn't make it. Everyone was sick. He said some kind of bug. We all got it. Was all he gave me. No details, no apology. Just that. I told him I understood, hung up, and didn't mention it to my son. He eventually found out. When the cake came out and the only people around were my wife's sister and her husband, he kept looking around like someone was late. Then he quietly asked me if his cousin was coming. I told him she might be on her way, but deep down I already knew. After everything was cleaned up and our guests had left, we sat in the living room and watched him put together his Lego set. And I tried to pretend that everything had been fine. I didn't want him thinking too much about who wasn't there. But when I picked up my phone, I saw a message that changed everything. It was my sister. She posted a photo on Instagram with the caption, "Finally." It was a group shot. Her, my mom, my dad, and their daughter. All smiling poolside, drinks in hand, somewhere sunny. It looked like a resort. Not even the kind of place you just stopped by. They'd obviously been there for a while. I stared at the photo for a long time. Not because I couldn't believe they'd lied, but because of how casually they'd done it. Not even a phone call from my mother to pretend she felt bad. Not even a card for my son. Just radio silence and then a sunny vacation post as if we didn't exist. What hit me hardest wasn't even that they skipped the party. It was realizing how long they'd been gone. I hadn't seen them in person for 2 months. Every time I called or texted, they had some excuse, too tired, not feeling well, staying in to save money. And all the while, they were dipping into the joint account I set up for them, the one I opened when they said they were struggling. My dad had lost his job first, then my mom. My sister said she couldn't keep up with the bills after the divorce. They said they just needed help for a few months, so I helped. I set up the account, put in a few thousand, and added more when they were running low. I never asked what they spent it on. I figured they used it for groceries, maybe rent, maybe clothes for my niece. I didn't expect resort pools and frozen drinks. I didn't say anything that night. I didn't call. I didn't text. I just logged into the bank and closed the account. Transferred what was left back to my main checking account. Deleted the online access they had. Quiet, clean, and final. The next morning, my phone rang before I even had my coffee. It was my dad. I picked it up. He asked what was wrong with the account. He said they tried to buy something and the card didn't work. I told him I had no idea. Maybe there was a problem with the bank. I kept my voice flat and acted like I was too busy to worry about it. There was a pause, and then he said he would come by tomorrow. I said I wasn't sure if I would be home. I didn't answer when he called back that night or when my sister texted. I just waited because the next day would be different, and I was done playing dumb. I didn't leave the house that day. My wife went to work, my son went to school, and I just stayed home. I didn't feel like going anywhere. I wasn't really angry, at least not in that loud, storming way. It was more like everything inside me had gone quiet. The kind of silence that comes after something breaks and you're just standing there staring at the pieces. I knew he was coming. My dad doesn't like things he can't control. The moment I closed the joint account, I knew it wasn't going to end with a phone call. So, when I saw his car pull up to my house around 11 a.m., I just waited. He sat inside for a minute or two, the engine still running, before he finally got out. He knocked once, paused, and knocked again. I opened the door and leaned against the frame. He didn't say hello, didn't ask how I was, didn't even ask how his grandson's birthday went. "You emptied the account," was the first thing out of his mouth. I said yes. That was it. He waited like maybe I'd come up with a better explanation. I didn't. He asked why, and I told him I didn't think funding their vacation lifestyle was part of the original deal. He opened his mouth like he was going to argue, but then just said they needed the break, that things had been tough lately, that they were all burned out and needed to get away from it all. That was the moment I understood that they didn't feel guilty. Not even a little. I asked if he thought it was okay to lie about being sick to get out of showing up for his grandson's birthday. I asked if part of getting out was pretending we didn't exist. He looked at me and said something I'll probably never forget. It wasn't about him. That's what he said. Just like that. And that's when something inside me finally gave out. I didn't yell. I didn't lecture him. I just nodded once, stepped back, and closed the door quietly. I stood there for a second after it clicked shut, and I could still hear him breathing on the other side. Then I heard his footsteps retreat, and the car start up again. An hour later, my cell phone started buzzing. My sister was calling. I let it ring. A few minutes later, voicemail. Her voice was high and fast. She was angry. She said I was being dramatic, that it was just a vacation, and that I could have at least warned her before I cut her off. She said I had embarrassed them, that they couldn't even pay for lunch because their card was declined. She said we're family like it was a weapon. I didn't call her back. Then came the texts. First from her, then from my mom. One of the texts from my sister was just a screenshot of a failed card transaction with a message. Is this what you wanted? Then my mom called. I didn't answer, but I listened to her voicemail. She sounded calm, but I've heard that voice before. It's the one she uses when she wants to guilt you into backing down. She said she didn't understand why I was doing this, that I must be stressed or confused, that she was deeply hurt and hoped I'd come to my senses. She said it wasn't like me, that I was always the generous one, always the one she could count on. I sat in the kitchen and opened the banking app. I hadn't looked at the account in a while. I just added money when it got low. But this time I scrolled through everything, page after page. Uber Eats, Amazon, Sephora, high-end clothing brands, hotel bookings, flights, a rental car in Scottsdale, spa fees, theme park tickets. And I realized they hadn't just lied about being sick. They hadn't planned on coming to the party because they were already gone. They probably booked this trip weeks in advance. All that talk about struggling, surviving, getting by after losing their jobs and my sister's divorce? It was garbage. They were living better than I was, and they were doing it on my money. And the worst part, they weren't even trying to hide it. Tuesday morning, I woke up to a silence that was already suspicious. After everything from the weekend and Monday, I figured someone would have shown up again, or at least tried to call from a different number. But no, just a quiet phone and an inbox that hadn't moved overnight. I should have felt relief. Instead, it felt like the eye of the storm. At 9 a.m., the first email arrived. Subject line, wow. It was from my sister. 3 paragraphs, no pauses, just pure typer and rage. She called me selfish, dramatic, and even threw in the phrase emotional terrorist, which was new. According to her, I not only humiliated the family, I traumatized my niece. Apparently, her card had been declined at a boutique near her hotel, and she had to call my mother to pick up the tab. She said my niece had been embarrassed in front of everyone, as if it was a crime against humanity. I didn't respond. An hour later, my mother texted me directly. Her tone was calmer, more manipulative. She said she didn't know what I was going through, but she loved me and hoped I wasn't spiraling. That word again, as if I was the unstable one for realizing I'd been milked financially. She said they missed me, wanted to have me over for dinner, that she was making chicken pot pie, that the house didn't feel like home without me. I stared at it for a while. I closed it without answering. At noon, my dad texted, just one line, "Let's talk before you make things worse." There it was. No apology, no concern, just control. That's all it ever was with him. Everything had to be done on his terms. At 3:17 p.m., the group chat came to life. They hadn't used it since Christmas. The name was still Fam, which now felt ironic. My sister wrote first, "You really want to destroy our family over some money? Is that what you're teaching your son?" Then my mom chimed in, "We did not steal from you. We thought it was understood. We wouldn't have needed this trip if things weren't so hard here. You don't know what we've been through. My father, this ends now. Call me." That night, I was sitting on the couch after my wife went to bed. I started scrolling through my sister's Instagram again. This time, I looked more closely at the timestamps. The spa photo was from 2 days before the birthday party. The seafood dinner with the caption, "We needed this," was posted while we were cutting the cake. And then something hit me. I recognized the background in one of the photos. The pool chairs, the umbrella pattern, the yellow towel pattern. I'd seen them before because I paid for them. It was the same resort I took my wife to for our anniversary last year. The same one I booked for my parents' 35th anniversary as a surprise. I looked it up just to be sure, and there it was. Same resort, same luxury suite, same package. I checked the old booking email from last year. My login information still worked on the site. That's when I saw it. The booking for this trip had been made using my saved profile. Not just my account, my email, my old saved card information. They had literally logged into the same site I'd used, probably from my mom's tablet where I had once helped her order groceries and used my anniversary booking as a template for their vacation. They didn't just spend my money. They reused the trip I gave them and made it their own. Around 8:45 p.m., there was a knock at the door. When I looked through the peephole, it was my niece, alone again. She was holding a paper bag and a small gift bag. I opened the door slowly. She handed them to me and said, "Mom said you'd understand." I asked if she wanted to come in, but she shook her head and said she had to get back. There was a car waiting at the curb. Inside the paper bag was a slice of the same cake my mother always made for my birthday, chocolate with that orange frosting she calls signature. Inside the gift bag was a picture frame. It was a picture of me, my parents, my sister, and her daughter, taken 3 years ago in the backyard during another birthday party. My son's 4th. Everyone was smiling. My father had his hand on my shoulder. My sister was kneeling next to my son. The kind of photo you keep on your mantle. On the back, in my mother's handwriting, "We can still be this." I stood there with the frame in my hand and the cake in the trash, thinking about all the ways people rewrite history when it's convenient, because we never were. Not really. I didn't tell my wife about the cake or the photo right away. I just left the bag on the kitchen counter and went upstairs. But she found it later that night when she came down to get water. I heard a rustling followed by silence. Then the sound of the trash can lid opening. She said nothing until we were both in bed. The light was off. She was lying there looking at the ceiling the way she does when something's cooking. Then she said it. "This is all wrong." I didn't answer. I didn't need to. She wasn't looking for permission to continue. You don't reward people for doing this. You don't let them slide. You don't let them crawl back and act like nothing happened. Still, I remained silent. "You know what the worst part is?" she asked. "It's not that they took your money. It's not that they lied. It's that they didn't even think about what it was doing to you or your son. They didn't care that he cried on his birthday. They didn't care that they embarrassed you. All they care about is that the card stopped working." She turned to me. "We should do something." I finally looked at her. "Like what? Cut them off harder? Ignore more calls?" "No," she said, sitting up now. "Not just ignore. They need to feel it. Not just in the bank account. They need to be embarrassed publicly. They need to feel what it's like to be used. That's how people like them learn. You've always been the nice one, the fixer, the one who takes care of everybody. And they've walked all over that. I'm done looking at it." She was upset in a way I hadn't seen her in a long time. Not angry. Focused, like something had clicked. "You want a real lesson? You want to teach them something? Let's hit them where it hurts. Not money. Image. You said your sister posts all over social media. Poolside, designer crap, spa shots. Your dad loves his Facebook audience. Your mom still cares about what people think." I raised an eyebrow. So we give them what they want, attention, but not the kind they want. You have all the bank statements, all the transactions, all the evidence. You send this. You don't have to say much, just the truth. Just enough for people to connect the dots. I just stared at her. You post what they did the weekend they told you they were all sick. The weekend they skipped their own grandson's birthday. The vacation they paid for with your money, the photo from the party, the empty chairs. She leaned in a little. You don't have to lie. You just tell the truth in public and then you let it go. Don't answer. Don't argue. Just let them watch the fallout. I hadn't even thought about that angle. I'd been so focused on cutting them off privately, on keeping things quiet and clean. But she was right. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was theft disguised as family. And they were counting on me to keep quiet, to protect the image, to not make a mess. They humiliated you, she said. They abandoned your child and didn't even blink. This isn't revenge. It's consequence. That word stuck with me. Consequence. I lay there for a while after she went to sleep, just staring at the ceiling, thinking, maybe she was right. Maybe it was time they saw themselves the way we saw them. I didn't go to work the next morning. I called in and said I needed a day off. No explanation, just a quiet voice and a thanks. See you tomorrow. Then I made coffee, sat down at the kitchen table, and opened my laptop. My wife was getting our son ready for school. She didn't say anything. She just gave me that look, the one that says it's time. I started on the bank statements. I downloaded everything, every charge from the last 2 months. I highlighted a few that stood out. The hotel reservation, the car rental, the spa, the seafood place, the boutique where my niece apparently broke down when her card was declined. I cross-referenced the charges with the Instagram posts just to be sure. I even found the date and time the account hit zero. Exactly 3 hours after my son blew out his candles in front of a half-empty table. Then I wrote the post. No name-calling, no drama, just the facts. My family told me they were all sick and couldn't make it to my son's birthday last weekend. We threw the party anyway. He kept asking when they were coming. That same night, my sister posted pictures of them at a resort by the pool, smiling. All 4 of them. I'd been helping them financially for 2 years. Gave them access to a joint account when they said they were struggling. I thought they were using it for bills, rent, groceries. Turns out I was funding vacations. I closed the account. I cut off contact. I didn't want to make this public, but they're still sending me messages like I'm the one who crossed the line. So here it is. Not for sympathy, just so there's no confusion. I attached a screenshot of the cake at my son's party, no guests in the background, a shot of him blowing out the candles, smiling a little too hard, then a screenshot of my sister's poolside post, then the hotel bill. I didn't tag anyone. I didn't say their names. I just hit post. It went up at 9:14. By 10 o'clock there were comments. Dozens of them, friends, colleagues, people I hadn't talked to in months. Everyone had something to say. Some were angry with me. Some shared similar stories of family betrayal. Some just wrote, "This is disgusting" or "unbelievable." Then the private messages began. One was from my sister's ex-husband. We'd only spoken once or twice in passing, but now he wanted to talk. Said he wasn't surprised. Said he'd been through the same thing, financial manipulation, guilt, the works. He said he was sorry I had to learn this the hard way. Another was from someone I didn't even recognize, a woman who said she'd worked with my mother a few years back. She said she always wondered how my mom could afford to take so many spiritual retreats while complaining about money at the office. I didn't answer any of them. I just watched the numbers go up. Then, just before noon, my phone lit up. First it was my sister, 10 missed calls. Then came the texts. "Take it down. You have no idea what you've done. You've just ruined our lives." Then from my dad, "This is sick. You went too far. Put it out right now." My mom didn't text. She called once. I didn't answer. Then, about an hour later, I got a message from someone I hadn't heard from in almost 15 years. An old friend of my dad's. He just said, "Saw your post. I always knew something was wrong. You did the right thing." That's when I realized it was never just about money. They built a whole image around being good people who had fallen on hard times. The sympathetic story, the struggling but loving family, they wore it like a badge, and I had just ripped it off publicly. By evening, my sister had deactivated her Instagram. My dad shut down his Facebook. My mom sent another message. "I can't believe you did this to us. We're your family." I stared at the screen for a long time before I replied. Just 4 words. "You did it first." By the next morning, it wasn't just spreading. It was a wildfire. Someone had taken screenshots of the post and shared it on a local community group. Then it hit another and then another. Apparently, people love a real-life soap opera, especially when it's happening in their own backyard. The comments weren't kind. There were people who'd known my parents for years. Others had gone to school with my sister. A few even remembered my niece from soccer practice. Now everyone had something to say. Around noon, someone dug up my sister's TikTok where she'd been posting relatable mom content for months. She bragged about budgeting, mental health, being a single mom just trying her best. That same week, she was lounging by the pool on someone else's dime. The comments turned wild. People asked if this was how she was budgeting. One video was flooded with the word thief over and over. By the afternoon, her entire account was gone. My mom didn't fare much better. Turns out she'd been quietly running a small business page for her handmade candles. She used to talk about how they brought her peace. Someone left a review calling her a fraud. Others followed. By 6 p.m., the business was shut down and the page deleted. And my dad? He'd been working part-time for a year at a small real estate company. Not officially on the payroll, more like a favor from a friend. This friend had apparently seen the post. He called me. "I had no idea," he said. "He always made it sound like you were the one leaning on them. He said you were struggling." I didn't say much. I just listened. I can't have someone like that attached to my name. I've got clients. By the end of the day, my dad was gone. That night, my sister showed up at my door. I didn't answer. I watched her through the peephole. She stood there in a hoodie, arms crossed, pacing, crying at one point. Whether it was real or fake, I didn't care anymore. She stood there for 10 minutes. Then she slammed something against the door, a crumpled envelope, and walked away. Inside was a handwritten letter. It started with, "How could you?" and ended with, "We needed you." The middle was all excuses. I didn't read it twice. The next week was quiet. Too quiet. They weren't just embarrassed. They were ostracized. Friends dropped them. Distant relatives stopped returning their phone calls. Their church, where they'd always put on their best face, stopped asking them to volunteer. People whispered when they showed up at the grocery store. My niece was pulled out of school. Maybe it was shame. Maybe they just couldn't afford gas. They'd lost everything. And the worst part, the part one never expected, was that I didn't feel good about it. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel powerful. I felt finished. Whatever part of me used to care, that part was gone. The last I heard, they were staying with an old friend of my mom's 2 towns over. Someone who hadn't seen the post yet, or maybe just didn't care. But I knew it wouldn't last. People always find out. I never took the post down. I never said anything more. I just let the truth hang in the air right where it belonged. Because sometimes the best revenge is to let people destroy themselves and give them the silence they finally deserve. Now on to the next story. Story 8. At the annual family brunch, my sister tapped her glass. To our sweet sponsor, always paying, never invited. They chuckled. I raised my coffee and said, "To the ones who just got a notification." Their mortgage assistance disappeared. My sister's phone buzzed first, then my dad's, and then the room went silent. It was supposed to be just another family brunch. But for me, it was the last time I'd sit through one of these things, pretending their jokes didn't cut. I'd spent years swallowing it, letting them take digs about how I kept to myself, letting them mock me while cashing the checks I sent like it was some silent tax I owed for being the quiet one. But this time, I wasn't tired. I was done. This wasn't anger. I passed that stage months ago. What I felt now was colder, focused, calculated. This was about correction, about finally returning the favor. The brunch was at Melissa's place again. Her 2-story suburban fantasy that she loved bragging about but couldn't afford without me. She always acted like hosting made her the queen of the family. Like buying new patio furniture on clearance and renting table settings somehow made her a matriarch. But we both knew who made that house stand. They all showed up dressed for social media, sunglasses, white clothes, and carefully casual smiles. My dad in one of his golf polos, even though he hadn't played in years. My cousin Danny acting like he invented crypto, even though he borrowed rent money from me 3 months back. No one asked how I was doing. They never did. I sat there watching them nibble overpriced cheese I paid for, pouring drinks from bottles I'd ordered, acting like I was just lucky to be included, like they didn't spend every other month asking me for help. Melissa always phrased it like a joke. Just a little loan from our family banker. Right, Alex? They laughed when she said it. They always laughed like helping them wasn't training. Like I didn't work 60-hour weeks to cover their lifestyle gaps while they played pretend stability. So when Melissa tapped her glass, I already knew it was coming. She stood up smirking like she was on stage at some dumb charity gala. To our sweet sponsor, always paying, never invited. The laughter was louder this time. Maybe because they thought I'd never snap. Maybe because they thought I couldn't. Dad leaned back and clinked his mimosa glass against Danny's. My aunt wiped tears from her eyes. I raised my coffee. To the ones who just got a notification, their mortgage assistance disappeared. It hit instantly. Melissa's phone buzzed once. She glanced down. Her smile cracked just slightly. Then a second buzz. Her face changed. Then Dad's phone lit up. He reached for it slower, read something, blinked, looked around the table like someone had moved the floor beneath him. The room fell into an eerie quiet. I didn't look at any of them directly. I just kept going. There's more coming. Then I took a bite of the croissant on my plate like nothing had happened. I canceled the auto payments the night before. The ones I'd been quietly making for Melissa's mortgage and Dad's car lease. They never knew the accounts were in my name. They just assumed help would always be there. I made sure the notifications would hit during brunch. They liked mocking the sponsor. Now the sponsor was closing the account. Melissa vanished inside her house the moment her phone buzzed that second time. She tried to play it off with some fake smile and a mumbled excuse about checking the oven or whatever. No one believed her. I watched her through the kitchen window from where I was sitting. Saw her pacing near the counter, phone pressed to her face, probably refreshing the app again and again, like the numbers would fix themselves. She was probably just realizing the payments weren't automatic from her account. They never had been. For the last 13 months, I'd been covering the shortfall on her mortgage, quietly topping off whatever she didn't have every first of the month like clockwork. She told herself she was managing, but that management relied entirely on me, and now it was gone. When she came back out, her voice was tighter. Not loud, not dramatic, just controlled, like someone trying not to panic. She said she didn't know what was going on, that something weird was happening with her lender, and asked me, loud enough for everyone to hear, if I'd heard anything. I didn't look at her. You mean besides the text that said, "Your mortgage help has been deactivated?" The table was dead silent. She tried to keep it together, tried to steer it back to her version of reality. Said that I should have given her a heads up if something changed. That I should have talked to her before making a decision that could affect her house. I asked when the last time she talked to me was when she wasn't asking for money. That landed. Melissa always had a way of flipping the script, making herself the victim no matter how things went. Last Christmas, she cornered me in the hallway and cried about being a single mom with too much pride to ask for help while sipping wine I bought and handing her kid an iPad I paid for. She knew how to get what she needed, but not anymore. She went quiet after that. Stayed seated, texting someone, probably her lender, maybe her ex-husband, I don't know. But the air around her had shifted. She wasn't the center of attention anymore. She wasn't leading the brunch. That's when my dad started catching on. He'd been scrolling through his phone for a while, trying to act like none of this was bothering him. But then he stiffened, his brow furrowed, and he cleared his throat like he was about to speak in front of a courtroom, not a brunch table. He asked if I'd done something with his lease. Said he just got a message that the payment didn't go through, that the dealership would be in touch. I didn't look up, just said, "I stopped paying it. You said you wanted to be more independent." He blinked, then laughed nervously like I'd made a joke. I didn't. He said we had an agreement that he'd pay me back, that I told him I'd cover it until his real estate project picked up. That was over a year ago, and I hadn't seen a dime. He made more promises than he made phone calls. I reminded him of something he once said to me when I was 16 and asked for help with a school laptop. He told me word for word, "You want something, you figure out how to get it. That's how life works." He didn't remember saying it, but I did. Melissa finally looked up from her phone. She could feel it, too. The change in temperature, the way the rest of the table had gone still, eyes darting between the three of us like they'd accidentally sat down in the middle of a hostage negotiation. I sat back in my chair, took another sip of coffee, and didn't even look at them when I said, "This is just the beginning. You'll start understanding what it feels like to be expected to give everything and get nothing." No one laughed now. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like the quiet one. I felt like the only one speaking. After that moment, the air never went back to normal. They tried, of course. My aunt reached for the fruit tray and started rambling about something she saw on a cooking show. Danny cracked a joke about needing another drink before Uncle Alex cans brunch, too. A few people gave nervous chuckles, but it didn't land. No one was relaxed anymore. They weren't used to feeling uncertain around me. I was always the buffer, the one who stayed quiet, wrote checks, and disappeared before dessert. The one who made things easier without asking for anything back. The one they mocked because they assumed quiet meant weak. Now they didn't know where they stood. They didn't know what I controlled. That was the part that started eating at them. They were all thinking the same thing. What else has Alex been paying for? Melissa was done pretending. She kept swiping on her phone like she was trying to bring her balance back to life. The smirk she walked in with was gone, replaced by something much closer to panic. She stood up again and went inside without a word, probably to call her lender. I imagine that conversation, how she tried to fake calm, ask about a mistake, and then go cold when they confirmed what she was now learning. That for over a year I'd been the one floating her mortgage and now I wasn't. Dad was stiff. He had his arms folded across his chest and hadn't looked up from his phone since I mentioned the lease. He thought he'd struck a deal last year, asked for a short-term boost. Just a few months until a rental property he invested in started producing. That was 15 months ago. I kept the lease going out of habit. Not because I respected him, just because I didn't feel like watching him spiral. Now I did. He muttered something under his breath, then got up and walked down the lawn, phone to his ear, pretending to talk about golf plans. He hated when he wasn't in control. Hated it more when people saw it. Meanwhile, Danny was fidgeting next to the wine cooler. He hadn't been directly hit yet, but he could feel it coming. He kept looking at me like I might say his name next, like I might announce something in front of everyone. He tried to soften me, said quietly that he appreciated me, that not everyone did, but he always noticed that we should talk sometime, just me and him. No family. I nodded, but didn't say anything back. He knew what that meant. And what none of them fully understood yet was that they were only seeing the first wave. I'd spent the last month preparing this, quietly untying myself from every financial favor. I closed accounts, canceled auto payments, revoked permissions. They hadn't noticed because they never paid attention. They were so used to money showing up, they forgot to ask where it came from. I didn't have to raise my voice. I didn't need some dramatic speech. All I needed was a cup of coffee and a slow, deliberate silence. Because in silence, they couldn't predict me, couldn't guilt me, couldn't control me, and that's what scared them most. Melissa came back out with her phone in her hand and her jaw tight. She didn't speak, just sat down hard in her chair and stared at her empty plate. Whatever she'd been told on the phone had cut through whatever story she was still telling herself. Dad returned a few minutes later, muttering something about calling the dealership on Monday. His voice was lower now. He didn't look at me. Danny didn't touch his food. And me? I just sat back in my chair and watched the brunch I used to pay for unravel piece by piece. It wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about control. And for the first time, they realized they never had any. Melissa didn't talk to anyone for the next 30 minutes. She just sat there scrolling through her phone with the intensity of someone looking for a reset button. Her kid came up and asked if he could go in the pool, and she snapped at him loud enough that everyone heard it. That was new. Melissa never broke character in public, not even with family. Dad still had his arms folded like he was bracing for something, probably calculating whether he could convince one of his golf buddies to co-sign on a new lease. His pride was massive, but not as deep as his debts. Danny kept trying to act normal, kept nudging conversations toward anything unrelated. Sports, crypto, music, but no one was biting. Every few seconds, his eyes darted to me. He hadn't gotten a message yet, but the silence around him was getting louder. That's when the unexpected started to land. My Aunt Carol, the one who always bragged about her clean credit and well-managed life, let out a weird little gasp. Her phone screen was still lit. She stared at it for a long time before saying quietly that her card just declined. The one she always used for groceries. Everyone looked at her. She looked at me. I never told them this, but months ago, she had asked for a one-time emergency top-up on her bank card when her unemployment ran out early. She said it was just for a month or two. I didn't even ask for details. I just connected a recurring payment to a sub-account she gave me and let it run. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep her from spiraling. I had just canceled it the night before. You'd think a few hundred wouldn't cause panic, but it's not the amount. It's the message. I could feel the shift. No one said it out loud, but they were all thinking it. How deep does this go? Then it happened. Another twist I didn't plan for. Melissa's husband, Rob, came outside. He wasn't supposed to be here. They'd been taking a break for months. He didn't speak to anyone at first, just walked up to her and whispered something. She looked like she was about to explode. Then she turned to me. "Did you tell him?" I blinked. "Tell him what?" "That the house might be in default. That we might lose it. That I've been taking your help." "Did you tell him?" I shook my head. "Didn't need to." She turned back to Rob and they walked inside together. You could practically see the argument brewing in the air behind them. I hadn't told him anything, but I knew he was subscribed to the same credit monitoring service I was. And if the alerts were still on the account tied to their shared mortgage, he would have gotten them the second the payments stopped. They always thought the danger was me talking. But the truth was, I didn't have to say a word. I'd set everything up so that once I stepped back, the truth would start telling itself. More phones started buzzing around the table. My cousin Jenny, who would ask for help with a temporary rent hike in her apartment downtown, suddenly looked like she saw a ghost. She was halfway through telling someone about a bachelorette party when she stopped mid-sentence and just stared at her phone. "This is broken," she mumbled. I didn't respond. They were unraveling. No tantrums. No screaming, no drama. Just a clean and sudden withdrawal of energy and watching the machine stop working without it. I sipped my drink and leaned back. No one was laughing anymore. Not even Danny. They still didn't know how much more I had pulled. And I still wasn't done. No one was eating anymore. The brunch had turned into a lineup. The perfectly curated meal Melissa had posted on Instagram that morning was just sitting there untouched. The ice and the drinks had melted. The air had thickened. The laughter from earlier felt like it belonged to a different event entirely. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. I'd already done the talking. Danny was the first to break. He stood and motioned for me to follow him toward the side gate like we were teenagers sneaking out for a cigarette. I followed, curious more than anything. I wanted to see what his version of panic looked like. He asked if I'd heard anything about a weird flag on his loan application. Said it was probably nothing, but he figured maybe it had something to do with the crypto thing he was setting up. His voice was cracking by the third sentence. He had no idea I'd already seen it. That the moment he used my business name as a reference without asking, I got an alert. He didn't even spell it right. I told him I'd removed my name from everything he'd ever linked me to. Bank references, credit pulls, personal guarantees, all of it. And while I was at it, I flagged his LLC with 3 different bureaus for suspicious use of third-party financials. His face fell. He didn't yell, didn't argue. He just blinked like he couldn't believe it was really happening. "You said you believed in my project," he whispered. "I believed in you not using me without asking." We went back to the table and everyone was quiet again. Melissa's son was inside now. Cartoons blaring from the living room, the only noise left in the house. Rob was gone. She didn't say where he went, but I could guess. Carol was texting furiously. probably trying to freeze her card or get a customer service agent to reverse the decline. Jenny was still glued to her phone. Her face said enough. Whatever funding she thought she had wasn't there anymore. Dad looked like someone had unplugged his spine. He wasn't even pretending to scroll anymore, just staring at the table like it might solve something for him. I waited a few minutes, letting the wait settle in, letting them sit with the reality that they weren't in control anymore and hadn't been for a long time. Then I said it. You've all been living under the idea that I'd never stop, that no matter what you said, no matter how little you gave back, I'd always come through. But that's over. This isn't a phase. It's the new rule. Melissa's mouth opened like she was going to say something sharp, but nothing came out. I went on. No loans, no top-offs, no behind-the-scenes favors. I've shut it all down. Whatever you need, find someone else or don't. I'm not your safety net anymore. I didn't yell. I didn't flinch. And they didn't argue. Not one of them. Because somewhere between the buzzing phones and the canceled accounts, they started to get it. They were no longer looking at the version of me they'd grown used to. The guy who paid for things quietly in the background, who let their jokes slide, who handled things so smoothly they never even saw the wires. That guy was gone. And the new version, they didn't know what I was capable of yet. But they were starting to wonder. They didn't say sorry. Not that day. They weren't ready to admit anything yet. But the way they sat, quiet, uncertain, watching me like I was someone new, they didn't have to. The shift had already happened. Melissa hadn't looked at me once since Rob left. Her posture had collapsed completely, shoulders curled in. The way someone sits when they know there's nothing left to defend. Her phone was face down now, silent like even it had given up trying to save her. She was thinking about her kid, about the bills due this week, about the calls that were definitely coming Monday morning. Maybe for the first time she was feeling the real cost of living in a house you can't afford and pretending you can. Dad sat completely still. The man who used to bark orders at waiters and joke about old-school discipline hadn't said a word in 20 minutes. There was no plan left to spin. He knew the car would be gone by the end of the month unless he came up with a miracle. The silence hit him hard. For the first time, maybe ever, he wasn't the loudest man at the table. Aunt Carol gave up trying to soften the mood. She'd been joking about it earlier, acting like her declined card was just a funny inconvenience. But now she was typing quietly, probably canceling deliveries or pulling up her balance, trying to figure out how she'd replace the couple hundred I'd been sending without telling anyone. She was always so proud. She never asked for help directly, just hinted at emergencies and hoped I'd pick up on it. I always did until now. Jenny had disappeared into the house. She'd said something about a call but didn't come back out. I assumed she finally checked her bank account and saw that the rent buffer was gone. I'd removed myself from her setup the night before. There was no warning. That was the point. Danny hadn't moved at all. That was unusual for him. He was usually the loudest voice, always pitching some new scheme or talking about how close he was to a breakthrough. But now, nothing, just silence. He kept staring at his phone at the email from the loan company, the same one I saw when he used my business without permission. He knew I torched that for him, and he knew I wasn't bluffing when I said I wasn't finished. I stood up slowly, didn't make a scene, just finished my coffee, placed the cup down and looked at them. "Thanks for brunch," I said. Melissa flinched slightly. Dad glanced up. No one responded. As I walked down the lawn toward the gate, I heard it. My dad calling out, "Hey, that was it." Just that. No sentence. No apology. Just a word hanging there like he wanted to pull something back but didn't know where to start. I kept walking. I got in my car and sat there for a minute before turning the engine. I didn't feel triumphant. Not exactly. What I felt was still like I had finally stepped outside the grip they'd all quietly had on me for years. Like I had unplugged something that was never supposed to be running this long. They used to call me the sponsor, the one who always paid, who never asked questions, who laughed at their jokes even when I knew I was the punchline. But now they didn't make jokes around me. Now they lowered their voices when I spoke. Now they feared losing me more than they feared asking for help. They didn't respect me because I gave. They respected me now because I stopped. And I liked it that way. The update. It's been just over 5 months since that brunch. The last time we were all in one place. No one talks about it directly, but it left a crater. Everyone scattered after it, like pieces of something they couldn't put back together. They haven't invited me to anything since. No texts, no half-hearted, "You coming this weekend?" messages, and not a single sarcastic joke. For the first month, it was dead silence. I wasn't sure if they were waiting for me to come crawling back or if they were finally forced to face the version of their lives without me holding the foundation. Turns out they were adjusting. Melissa sold the house quietly. No announcement, just listed post with fake excitement. She didn't even tell the family. I found out through a friend who works in real estate. She moved into a smaller place, condo style, no backyard, no room for the brunches she used to host like royalty. She picked up remote work doing customer support for a tech company. Not glamorous, but it's work. Her kids are in after-school programs now, and she stopped pretending she's too good for budgeting apps. Rob never came back. Dad returned the lease. Not voluntarily, but because the dealership called in the balance and he had nothing left to stall with. He tried getting a new car on credit and got denied. Now he uses public transportation. I saw him once at a train station on my way back from the city. He pretended not to notice me, but he did. He looked smaller, not just in presence, just in spirit. The loud man who used to fill every room had gotten quiet. He sends a message every now and then. Nothing dramatic, just small check-ins. "No, I need a hand." "No, can you cover this?" Just messages that say things like, "Hope you're doing all right." I never got those before. Aunt Carol left her apartment and moved in with a friend across town. She had to cancel a couple subscriptions she used to brag about. But then she did something I didn't expect. She called me. Not to ask for help, not to spin a story, just to tell me she finally paid off one of her cards and that she'd been cooking at home every night to keep costs down. She sounded proud. She said, "Thank you. Not for the money, for stopping." Jenny got a part-time job, actually two, dog walking and helping out at a bakery. She used to roll her eyes at anything that didn't involve influencers and brand deals. But now she posts about being on the grind like it's a badge of honor. I haven't heard from her directly, but I saw she refollowed me on Instagram. That's about as close to an apology as I'll get from her. And Danny, he ghosted everyone for a while. I figured he was spiraling. But then a few weeks ago, I got a random email alert. He'd listed me as a past connection on a job application. Not for a startup this time, for an actual logistics firm, a real company with payroll and policies. I didn't respond, didn't have to. Just knowing he was doing it on his own was enough. And me? I wake up without dread now. I eat what I want when I want with my own money. I've started investing properly. Not just handing cash over like I'm fixing potholes in someone else's life. My phone barely rings. No one's asking for favors disguised as love. No sudden emergencies that require quiet payments. And most importantly, I feel like myself for the first time in years. When I do run into them at a store, on the street, once at a birthday party for a distant cousin, they're different. They don't joke the same. They don't smirk. They're careful now. Measured. They ask me how I'm doing and they wait for an answer. They don't mock me anymore because they're not sure what I'd do if they did. There's respect now, but not the kind they give out of love. The kind that comes from knowing someone finally drew a line and won't ever let you cross it again. I'm not angry anymore. I'm just done. And staying done feels good. Now on to the next story. Story 9. At a family dinner, I said, "I can't wait for the family trip this weekend." My dad laughed and said, "We already had a vacation without you 4 days ago." Mom pulled out her phone. Video, photos, smiles, and then she said, "We didn't need the burden." I didn't answer, but what I did next wiped the smiles off their faces. And then, "My name is Kurt. I'm 27 years old, and I've never been the type of guy to expect too much. I work hard. I'm quiet. And I've always been the one in the family that people come to when things go wrong. Car trouble? I pay the mechanic's bill. Mortgage late? I loan them cash interest-free. My sister's tuition last fall? That was me. All I ever asked in return was something small, something simple. A week, a family vacation, just us together. It wasn't a sudden idea. We talked about it for months. We agreed on a weekend. I even covered some of the expenses, booked the cabin, split the deposit. I was the one who reminded them to pack bug spray and sunscreen. It would be the first time in years we'd be together, free of all the usual excuses. No missed phone calls, no canceled dinners, no work emergencies, just us. So, when my mom texted that dinner was at 6 o'clock on Thursday, I didn't think much of it. I figured she wanted to go over last-minute trip details. I hadn't seen her in a few weeks. I'd been working late shifts and keeping a low profile, but it felt good to walk into the house. I even brought a bottle of red wine. Thought it would go nice with pasta. I should have noticed the way they were all too quiet. My dad was in a good mood. Megan was smiling more than usual. Travis even nodded at me when I walked in. Everyone looked content, like they were already on their break. Dinner was garlic bread, pasta, salad on the side. Classic family night before a trip. Food. I was relaxed, excited. It felt good for once. So I said it casually. I said, I can't wait for our family trip this weekend. And just like that, the air changed. My dad froze in mid-bite. Then he sat back and laughed. Not a nervous laugh, not confusion. A real laugh like I had just told the world's dumbest joke. Megan raised her eyebrows and gave Travis a look like they were both in on something I wasn't. I looked at my mom. She wasn't laughing. She just reached into her purse and pulled out her cell phone. She flipped the screen over to me. There they were. Photos. Dozens of them. Videos. Palm trees, pools, frozen drinks, ocean sunsets. All of them. My whole family on a vacation I didn't even know was happening. Them on jet skis, them eating seafood, smiling together on the beach. My dad wiped his mouth and said, "We went on vacation without you 6 days ago." It was like he was telling me I'd missed a rerun on TV. No emotion, no shame, like it was normal. My mom didn't flinch. She played a short video of them at some resort, everyone laughing in slow motion. Then she looked at me and said, "We don't need a burden." The word didn't echo, pierced silently because deep inside I knew what she meant. They hadn't forgotten me. They chose not to bring me. And here's the thing. I didn't scream. I didn't overturn the table or break a plate or storm out. I just sat there. I kept eating quietly, bite after bite while they watched, while that ugly silence filled the room like smoke. They didn't know it yet, but I had already made a decision right then. I wasn't going to forgive them. Not this time. And what I did next, that's when their little holiday smiles finally disappeared. They say silence is powerful, but it's only useful if you know what to do with it. So, I sat there chewing, pretending to be calm while my brain was already 6 steps ahead. They didn't know what I had access to. They never paid attention to the details. They just knew that somehow things always got paid for. Travis never asked how the rent on his overpriced apartment magically disappeared when he got laid off last year. Megan never asked how her tuition bill disappeared overnight after she failed 2 classes and lost her scholarship. And my parents, they were the worst. They kept telling me I was too responsible for my own good while quietly pocketing the benefits of my so-called responsibility. They didn't know I was handling the accounts, not just mine, theirs. It started last year when they asked me to help them restructure some debt. I put it all in my name, thinking it would help us all get a better deal. It worked. I got them out of a jam. I told myself it was temporary. I told myself they'd take control once they got back on their feet. They never did. And now here they were telling me I was a burden, smiling with sunburned faces and photos from a trip I wasn't invited to, paid for in part with my own money. After dinner, I didn't say goodbye. I thanked my mother for the food, grabbed my jacket, and left as if nothing had happened. Not one of them stopped me. They thought they'd gotten away with it. The first thing I did when I got home was pull up the financials. Travis's rent was tied to my second account. Easy kill switch. Megan's tuition. She had no idea I was the cosigner on her student loan. My dad's car lease under my name. My mom's credit card. She used to buy half the crap on that beach trip. Same deal. I didn't yell. I didn't call. I just started shutting things down. I emailed Travis 24 hours notice. He ignored it. The next day, his rent bounced. Megan's card stopped working on campus. My mom got a notice the next morning that her credit line had been closed due to account holder termination. Dad's car repossessed 2 days later. I didn't even have to do anything. Just let the payments lapse. By the end of the week, the calls started coming in. At first, they were confused, then angry, then desperate. I didn't answer. Then Megan showed up at my apartment crying because she couldn't register for classes. Travis called me from a payphone he hadn't used since 2007. My mom left me 5 voicemails in one day, alternating between guilt and gaslighting. My dad just texted, "Grow up." I didn't respond. That's when things got ugly. That's when the real war started. By the 3rd day, they stopped pretending they didn't need me. Megan posted some passive-aggressive story on Instagram about how money doesn't make you family. Travis tweeted something about being betrayed by your own blood. My mom sent a group text to the entire extended family claiming I had a mental breakdown and was acting out. She even called Aunt Lorraine and tried to stage some kind of intervention. That was her mistake because Aunt Lorraine, God bless her, called me first. She didn't believe any of it. She said she had seen the vacation photos and thought it was strange that I wasn't in any of them. She asked if I was okay and I told her everything, every disgusting detail from the way they lied about the trip to the years I bailed them out financially to that dinner. To my surprise, she laughed. Not because it was funny, but because she said it reminded her of something that happened in the family years ago that no one ever talked about. Apparently, that kind of selfishness ran deep in our bloodline. This gave me an idea. It wasn't enough to just cut off her access. That was the move of someone who wanted to disappear. I didn't want to disappear. I wanted them to feel it, really feel it. So, I sent an email, a short one, just 6 lines, but it was enough. It went out to every member of our extended family. Aunts, uncles, cousins, even my grandmother who barely checks her email. The subject line, vacation pictures. The body was simple, a link to a photo album, screenshots of all the beach photos they had sent each other, a breakdown of all the expenses, flights, hotel, drinks, and a single sentence. This trip was partially paid for by me. I wasn't invited. By that evening, the group chat was on fire. Half the family was horrified, the other half not surprised. Turns out my parents had a habit of forgetting people when it came to plans. One cousin sent me a private message saying she hadn't spoken to them since they skipped her wedding. Another told me how my dad had borrowed money from their dad 10 years ago and never paid it back. They thought they were safe behind the silence. Now that silence was gone. 2 days later, Travis lost his job. I didn't even know he still had one. Apparently, someone forwarded the email to his boss after he posted about financial trauma on LinkedIn. Megan was staying with a friend in a dorm room that wasn't hers. My mom's Facebook went dark after a series of nasty comments from relatives. And my dad, he showed up at my door. He wasn't yelling. He looked tired. Not sad, not guilty, just tired. I didn't invite him in. He asked me a question. Why? I said, do you really want to know? You called me a burden. And then I closed the door. But it wasn't over. Not even close. I thought that cutting off their money would be enough. That they'd sit on it, stew in it, maybe even come crawling back with a little humility. Instead, they doubled down. It started with little things. Megan tagged me in an Instagram story with a packed suitcase and the caption, "Leaving behind fake family for real friends. Real mature." Travis posted a blurry photo of himself holding a whiskey glass and smiling like a hostage with the caption, "Not everyone can handle your light. That's why they try to dim it." I didn't even respond. They were flailing. Then came the twist. My mom called my job, said I was unstable, said she was concerned about my mental state and that I might be embezzling funds from the company. Those were her actual words. My boss pulled me into his office, and to his credit, he laughed when he told me. But the damage was done. HR had to file a report. I had to sit through a 40-minute interview explaining that I wasn't laundering money. I was furious, not even at the accusation, but at how casually she tried to burn everything I had built. I realized then that they weren't just trying to survive this. They were trying to bury me in it. So I made a decision. I would let them dig. I started with Travis. He'd forgotten all about the crypto wallet he'd started in 2018. It was a silly project, something he bragged about over Thanksgiving dinner when Bitcoin was booming. He never reported the profits, never moved them properly. When the market crashed, he panicked, quietly cashed out, and spent it. His company, where he worked in finance, had a strict policy about undeclared assets. I sent in a tip anonymously with just enough detail to make them look. 3 days later, an IT audit was launched. Then Megan. She was stupid enough to use her university email to sign up for a fake online internship last summer, so she could skip mandatory summer credits. They paid her a stipend for it. I anonymously forwarded her account information to the school along with screenshots from her own Instagram showing her studying on a beach in Cancun that same month. And my mom, I saved hers for last. She'd been using my dead uncle's Medicare card for years. Told me once, like it was a joke, that she saved hundreds on prescriptions by saying she was picking them up for him. I waited until I found an envelope addressed to his name from the insurance company in her recycling bin. Took pictures, sent them in. I didn't stop there. I opened a new Reddit account and posted everything under a disclaimer. No names, just the facts. My family took a tropical vacation without me. I paid for it. Then they called me a burden, so I took it all back. It exploded. Tens of thousands of upvotes. Screenshots of the post ended up on Twitter, Facebook, even Instagram Reels. People were stitching together their own stories, sharing how their families had used and abandoned them. I didn't name my family, but someone in my extended family connected the dots and shared the post on Facebook. My cousin Stephanie tagged me in the comments with one line, "About time someone said it." It went viral. The family drama spilled over into group chats, Facebook threads, and even my grandmother's Sunday church group. My parents went silent. Travis deleted his Twitter. Megan deactivated her Instagram. For the first time in weeks, they stopped pretending to be fine. And then I took it a step further. I knew that my dad's golfing buddy, Henry, owned the construction company that Travis was supposed to hire for a side project. I sent Henry a link to the Reddit post. Just the post. Nothing else, no explanation, no name. Just said, "Thought you should see this before you finalize anything." Travis lost the contract. Megan's school put her on probation. My mom Medicare flagged the account. She got a letter certified. They started calling again. This time it wasn't anger. It was fear. But I wasn't done. I wanted them to feel what I felt the night I saw those vacation photos. The cold, the isolation, the betrayal. And I knew just how to do it because I'd planned something else. Something long-term. And it was almost ready. They thought I was just going to cut them off. They had no idea that I was going to make sure that no one ever gave them anything again. They thought the worst was over. They were wrong. The thing about revenge is if you do it right, you don't have to yell. You don't have to threaten. You just move your pieces quietly until the board turns over. And by the time they realize it, they've already lost. My family didn't just rely on my money. They relied on my silence. My willingness to clean up, pay off, cover tracks, and smooth over embarrassing family dramas when they stumbled. I was the guardian of their reputations without ever agreeing to be one. So I started pulling strings. The first thing I did was go after their support systems. The friends who always had their back. The ones who liked their beach photos and commented, "Family goals," under group selfies. They were easy. People love drama, especially when it's cloaked in truth. I made a second Reddit post. Different tone, less anger, more rawness. I titled it, "When Your Family Calls You a Liability After Using You to Stay Afloat." I shared screenshots. Nothing illegal, nothing too personal. Just enough. The tuition receipts, the Venmo transfers, the resort reservation confirmation email I'd forwarded to my mom with, "Can't wait for this." At the top, the message ended with that. They didn't forget me. They shut me out after I made their lives easier. I wasn't too expensive. I was just inconvenient to take care of. People went crazy. It was posted everywhere. Podcasts started reading it. A friend sent me a TikTok where someone was reading the post while baking banana bread. The internet doesn't always get it right, but this time it did. Her social media presence collapsed in less than a week. Megan's influencer friend group was gone. Her DMs leaked into a group chat where she laughed about how easy it was to milk a guilt trip out of me. The comments under her last post turned vicious before she deleted everything. Travis's fantasy football league kicked him out. They said it was too much heat. My mom's prayer group disinvited her from their Saturday brunch. Apparently, one of them was a subscriber to the subreddit and put it all together. Small world. But I wasn't done yet. I made appointments with a financial advisor. Cleaned house. Every joint asset liquidated or transferred. Anything they might ever come back and try to claim closed. I updated my will, removed their names, created a trust in my name that no one in my family could access, put everything in it, and then I submitted a story to the local paper, a real one about financial abuse within families. I didn't use names. I didn't have to. The writer checked everything. He used my email records, my bank statements, the messages in which my mother called me a burden. It ran in the Sunday paper with a title that couldn't have been more perfect. The Son They Left Behind. That was when it all cracked. The church whispered. The neighbors looked. My dad stopped going to the hardware store where he practically lived. Megan tried to transfer to another school and was denied. Too many flags. Travis's savings were frozen during the audit. They were no longer a family to be admired for surviving hardship. They were the cautionary tale. And yet I wasn't done. For now, I had everything in place for the final move. The one they'd never see coming. The one that would leave them completely alone. There's a kind of silence that comes just before something breaks. Not the absence of noise, but the kind where you can feel everyone holding their breath, hoping it'll pass, hoping that maybe somehow you'll just let go. But I didn't. They wanted to bury me quietly. I made sure they were the ones standing in the hole. What they didn't know, what no one knew, was that while I was unraveling their lives, I was also building something of my own. You see, I'd been offered a job months before. A big offer out of state with a company that didn't know or care about my family. I turned it down at the time because I didn't want to leave them behind. The irony wasn't lost on me. When it all blew up, I called the recruiter. The job was still open. I accepted on the spot, and then I did something else. I bought the house next to hers. It was a foreclosure. I got it dirt cheap cash. Just enough money to fix it up a little. I didn't move in. I didn't even tell them I bought it. I just installed motion-detecting cameras pointed right at their front yard. Nothing illegal, just security and a reminder. Every morning as they walked out, the cameras would come to life. Red light flashing, silent, watching. I also hired a landscaping company to come every 2 weeks just to keep the lawn sharp. People started asking questions. Had someone new moved in? The neighbors were curious, but I made sure no one ever saw me there. I never came during the day. Sometimes at night, I'd drive by and sit across the street in my car with the headlights off, just watching the porch, watching them try to pretend they were still in control. They were unraveling. My mother's car was repossessed. Megan was taking community college classes online, living with a boyfriend whose patience was wearing thin by the day. Travis was working part-time at a hardware store. He saw me once, I think, just passing through downtown. He looked like he'd aged 10 years. Then the letter came. It was written by my dad. Real pen and paper. He said they wanted to apologize, that they miss me, that they'd made mistakes and didn't expect me to forgive them, but they hoped I'd come home one day, that maybe we could try again. I didn't respond. Instead, I sent him a notarized document, a formal statement removing them as emergency contacts, beneficiaries, and every other title that bound us together on paper. But I included a photo in the envelope, a screenshot. It was from 6 months ago. That dinner, that night, right after my mom showed me the beach pictures. I'd taken a picture of the table just casually before the tension. Everyone smiling, everyone oblivious. I printed a sentence under the picture. That was the last time I ate with strangers. A week later, I left town. Didn't tell anyone where I was going. New job, new apartment, new life. The last I heard, the house next to hers was put back on the market. My realtor said they kept asking who bought it. She told them the buyer wanted to remain anonymous. Funny how quickly people forget who you are when there's nothing left to take. But I didn't forget her, and I never will. Update 1. Hey again. It's been a month since I left everything behind. I thought I was done with this story. I wasn't planning on posting again, honestly. But something happened that I didn't see coming, and it's been eating at me for days now. So here it is. I've been living in a new city. Started the new job. Quiet office. Good people. No one prying into my life. I didn't even give them my real emergency contact. Just a law firm I use. I like it that way. Clean break. No mess. Everything went well. Peaceful, even. But last week I got a letter. Not an email. Not a voicemail. A handwritten envelope with no return address. Inside was a photo of me as a child, maybe 7 years old, standing in front of our old house with a backpack almost bigger than me. I was smiling, missing 2 front teeth. My mom was crouched next to me, holding my arm. Behind us in the picture, barely visible, was my dad and Travis arguing about something in the driveway. Megan's stroller was in the corner. There was no note, just the photo. I don't know how they got my address. I never gave it to anyone. I didn't use my real name on the property records for the house next door. And I used a different address for all my mail forwarding. It scared me. Not because I felt in danger, but because it wasn't anger. It wasn't guilty. It was just quiet. Then a few days later, I received a second envelope. This one had a flash drive in it. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe a recorded apology, a rant, something dramatic, but it was a video. Simple. 17 minutes shot in their living room. The 3 of them, Mom, Dad, and Travis. Megan wasn't there. No big speeches, no sobbing. They were just sitting. My mom was holding the same photo they sent me. My dad looked like he hadn't shaved in a week. Travis didn't say a word the whole time. My mom only said one thing. We know we broke it. We don't expect anything back. But we're leaving the door open. No pressure. Just a door. Then it ended. I didn't answer. I don't even know how I feel about it. Part of me just wants to throw it all away and forget. Another part, the part that still remembers what that 7-year-old kid was hoping for, feels something I can't quite put my finger on. Regret, pity, weakness? I don't know, but I saved the flash drive. I didn't delete the video. I'm not saying I'll ever forgive them. I'm not saying I'm gonna go back. But I guess I'm not done feeling anything either. Maybe that's the unexpected part. I thought revenge would burn it all away. Turns out the smoke lingers longer than I thought. Update 2. Alright, it's been 2 months since my last update. And I wasn't planning on coming back here unless something big happened. Something did. I've been doing okay. Working, keeping my head down, trying to build something real in this new town. The silence was good for a while. Therapeutic, even. I stopped checking her social media, stopped talking to the extended family. For the first time in years, no one asked me for anything. But then a strange thing happened 3 weeks ago. I got a call from a blocked number. I never answer those, so I let it ring. Then I got a voicemail. It wasn't them. It was Megan. She sounded tired. Not the fake, dramatic, Instagram exhausted kind of tired. The real kind. Calm voice. No tears. Just said she had something to tell me and it wasn't about forgiveness or making things right. Said she'd been in therapy, that she was living in a shared studio with 2 other girls and that our parents don't talk to her because she took my side. Then she said this. I told the truth, Kurt. I told them what I did. I told them I used. I told them I knew about the vacation and I said nothing. I even told them about the internship lie. I thought you should know. That's it. She didn't ask me to call her back. She just hung up. A few days later, I got a letter, a real one again, this time from my dad. I opened it, which shocked even me. It was short. He said he had sold the house not out of guilt because they had to. Financially, they were finished. My mother had moved in with her sister. He was living in a trailer out in the country. He said something I never expected him to say. I thought I was protecting the family by keeping you away. Turns out I was just protecting our comfort. And I finally see the difference. There was a money order in the envelope. It was only for $275. He wrote in parenthesis, the groceries from last June. I laughed when I saw it. Not because it was funny, but because it was real and maybe for the first time honest. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.